beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life, and life so abundantly. Africa as beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life, and life so abundantly.
Africa. All right, colleagues, welcome. We just give a minute or so as others join, then we will officially start. How is it where we are? I guess we are ready to engage.
Thank you, sir. How are you?
Very well.
Yeah, I'm very well.
Good to have you, Mr. Orbit.
Good afternoon, Dr. Justin.
Yes, sir, Mr. Josh. Good afternoon.
Good. Hope you can hear me.
Very clearly, yes.
Wonderful. How many minutes can we give our participants?
I think just 1 minute, and then we will start.
Okay, that's great.
So just a minute, then we'll start. I can just replay the video when it's done, then we officially start because of our time. Okay.
In go order. As soon as I am office. Because the
because of Jesus. He has given us life and life so abundantly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Josh. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Justin. Thank you so much. Hope you can hear me, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Joshua Simuka. I'm an academic staff from Harare Institute of Technology. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to our consulting seminar, which is going to take place for 2 days, today and tomorrow. And we look forward to learn about the why, the what, and the how of consulting. This seminar has been organized by Harare Institute of Technology in association with Center for Organizational Leadership and Development. Let me take this opportunity to just share a bit about Harare Institute of Technology. In short, HIT is an innovation and technopreneurial university which conducts research, design, manufacture, develop, incubate, transfer, and commercialize technology, especially for all sectors of the economy. So our thrust as the HIT is to produce a highly qualified technical human capital that is creativity driven, project oriented, and understand all stages of invention, and have the ability and stamina to set up high-tech enterprises. And that is one of the reasons why we are conducting this consulting seminar, so that our students, our graduates have the stamina to transform enterprises. HIT is in total 5 schools, but today let me just focus on the School of Business and Management Sciences, which is facilitating this seminar. So in the School of Business and Management Sciences, we have Bachelor of Technology Honors Degree in Financial Engineering. We also have the Bachelor of Technology Honors Degree in Electronic Commerce, and the Bachelor of Technology Honors Degree in Forensic Accounting and Auditing. And we also have a Technopreneurship Development Center, which is one of the strategic business units within the school, which offers technopreneurship courses as we try to prepare students to venture into business. We also have the postgraduate unit, which is led by Dr. Moch Nakizwa, who will be joining us later. We offer Masters of Technology in Strategy and Innovation. And this is the program which has led us to have this seminar happening, where we want to prepare our postgraduate students to be able to venture into consulting, ability for them to generate working solutions for organizations, so that at the end of the day, organizations attain sustainable competitive advantage. So we want our graduates to discover that consulting is an opportunity that they can actually utilize as they implement strategy and innovation within organizations. Our speakers for this conference, we have Dr. Justin, who is based in UAE, and Dr. Bontley Malumolowa, she's in Botswana. We have Yvonne Kanjanda, she's in Zimbabwe. We have Dr. Maureen Omeibe, she's based in Nigeria. And we've got Paul Nyansaru, who is in Zimbabwe, and Obaseki Samuel, who is also based in Nigeria. So allow me to just introduce one speaker from Dr. Justin, who will take over. Other facilitators will be introduced as they start their sessions. Dr. Justin, he is an internationally recognized organizational development and change, corporate governance, and leadership scholar, as well as practitioner. who is also a facilitator, a thought leader, and author. He has written a number of books, which he will share later on. Justin is the Chief Executive Officer of Center for Organizational Leadership and Development, and he's also the President and founder of Organizational Leadership and Development Network. He is also engaged as an academic director in Abu Dhabi and the visiting faculty and postgraduate supervisor for MBA and doctoral programs in different countries. He is also a board of director for International Society for Organizational Development and Change. In terms of academic, Justin earned a PhD in governance and leadership from University of Lusaka in Zambia. He is also a holder of a Master of Arts in Leadership and Management, which he obtained from the University of Zimbabwe, and a Bachelor of Commerce in Banking and Finance from the Midlands State University. I may go on and on, but let me indicate that Dr. Justin is full of knowledge, full of expertise and skills that we need as academics, that we need as researchers and future technopreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to hand over to Dr. Justin. Dr. Justin, you may take over.
Thank you so much. I don't know the part that says so full of knowledge. We are in this together to co-create learning. I appreciate the interesting introduction there. And welcome everyone to this session, the seminar for Harare Institute of Technology. And we are going to have conversations around consulting and a different approach to consulting, particularly looking at our African organizations and the dire need for transformational interventions in our organizations. So the discussion that we are going to have today will focus on trying to bring out a new breed of consultants. Consultants who are focused on development and real development. May I request someone who is logged in as 854 to kindly indicate your name so that we know who is with us. Please put your name as we are tracking the names of participants as well. So we are looking for consultants on the African continent and beyond who are transformation focused and who really want to see organizations evolving and developing. The word consultant and the word transformation is now being used as an ordinary term where we just say we are leading or facilitating transformation. We are facilitating consulting, but there is a deeper meaning to consultation and transformation that for us as strategy and innovation graduates, we need to tap into. And I appreciate this opportunity from the Harare Institute of Technology for us to have this conversation. Before we start the consultation discussion, I'm going to talk about the award that we are going to be offering to the Harare Institute of Technology and the current, starting with the current batch of students. As Center for Organization Leadership and Development and the Organization Leadership and Development Network, we will be supporting learners on the module on sustainable and responsible innovation. And we have proposed an award, one award every year for the next 5 years to be given to students or a student who will be demonstrating sustainable and responsible innovation for the growth and development of our communities. And for us as a center, we are involved in knowledge exchange and the facilitation of knowledge transfer to improve plans, processes, people, and performance. Hence, we are proposing this award, which will be given starting with the current cohort to a student who will be demonstrating sustainable and responsible innovation. I will not speak much into these values. We'll share this PowerPoint because this is not what we are here for, but we are guided by global intelligence. And as consultants, we need to demonstrate an understanding of what is happening across the globe for us to be able to facilitate leading edge insight and practice. We also need to tune in to inclusion of people and ideas. And we're going to talk about co-creation in our sessions today and tomorrow. And co-creation that is informed by depth of inclusion of people and ideas. As consultants, we also need ongoing personal and professional development. We will not say just because we have graduated with a master's in strategy and innovation, so we are good enough. We are now consultants. We need the continuing personal and professional development. And Dr. Makuku is here with so much years of practice, but she's joining this session to learn. Patrick Trottier will be joining after about an hour, 41 years of practice, but still wanting to learn more about consulting and innovation. And as consultants, we need networking. We need to ignite conversations that are development-centered, and we need to have interventions that maximize people's potential. And as an organization, we do have a board, an advisory council that informs the work we do. And these are some of the members that support what we do. And the board of directors that is made up of young professionals who are really committed to leading sustainable change and development in their different countries. And I'm showing this as a way to support what we are doing. We have a number of partners that we work with, and we are so happy again to be interacting with Harare Institute of Technology today as part of our efforts to broaden the scholarship, and scholarship that is informed by scholarship of discovery, scholarship of integration, scholarship of practice, scholarship of application, and scholarship of teaching and learning. And as master's students from Harare Institute of Technology, these are the things that we would want to see being demonstrated, because today we have people buying certificates. People just want to be PhDs, and they just want to have master's qualifications, and they are buying them. And in Zimbabwe, it's worrisome. And I'll speak into that because that's my country. So we have these partners that we are working with, and they support the work we do. So the award that we are proposing is informed by our belief in transformation and transformational development. And if we read between the lines of Harare Institute of Technology and its mandate, its vision and values, we see the need to raise technopreneurs. And this is the need for transformation and value-driven interventions. And the countries that we have in Africa, they really need that transformation. And as consultants coming out of Harare Institute of Technology, we really need a new breed of consultants that will set new standards for Zimbabwe, for Africa, and for the entire globe. And to do that, we need to understand that the challenges that organizations are facing are complex. Organizations are on the edge of chaos. There are so many questions that need to be asked. There are so many answers that need to be given. And there's no one straight answer to any issue that organizations are facing. So because of that, we deemed it fit to support the sustainable and responsible innovation course under your master's program, and will be excited to see real transformation, not social media transformation, but real transformation that we can actually see lives being elevated, organizations growing, and societies moving forward. So we believe in humanism, social justice, supporting the environment, community, innovation, and industrialization. And this is well connected to what the Harare Institute of Technology is working on. And I spoke about scholarship and the need to have authors of novelty, not authors of books. Now, especially in Zimbabwe, I will speak of Zimbabwe again, everyone can publish a book and become a motivator, a coach, a facilitator, but we need authors of novelty. We need advocates of sustainable development. We need agents of growth and sustainable development. We need arbiters in conflict situations and ambassadors of relational practice. And that's at the core of your strategy and innovation course. We are not going to be moved by social media, but we'll be moved by real transformation in our organizations and in our societies. And as I perused through the course outline of the Sustainable and Responsible Innovation course, these are some of the things that are emphasized from an innovation and technology point of view. We also need to have effective use of self as consultants, and we are going to talk about that in our sessions. And the award criteria will be determined by the Harare Institute of Technology, and we'll be glad, and we are anticipating to hear exciting stories around the award. Today, I will speak again about Africa and Zimbabwe. We have more awards than transformation. And most of the awards are nothing but meaningless ways of gaining social media presence. And from the Harare Institute of Technology, we are looking forward for real transformation that is informed by sustainable development and responsible innovation. And we are not giving award for the sake of giving award, just for people to have something to post on their social media and brand themselves. We really need change and development in our different countries. So the Harare Institute of Technology, through the interactions with the students, is going to be overseeing the award criteria, and we'll be excited to learn more about the transformation that you bring as strategy and innovation students. And I will not speak about these 5 elements there: systems thinking, humanistic perspectives, architecture of engagement, realism, and evaluation and evidence-informed practice, because Mr. Paul Nyausaru is going to cover that in his presentation later on today. So this is the award that we are proposing, or we proposed to the Harare Institute of Technology, and we'll also be interested to have the students participating in our upcoming conference on the 29th and 30th of July 2022 to share their transformational projects and to lead responsible innovation in the country. I thank you so much. I'll give it back to Mr. Josh, and I see Dr. Moore to speak into this, and then we will start our official consulting presentation. Dr. Moore or Mr. Josh?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Justin. Thank you so much. We are ready to learn. We are ready to learn. I've heard you talking of value-driven interventions that we need to put in place, that we need to put in practice as we transform organizations, as we transform our countries. So let me take this opportunity to thank you for providing this Sustainable and Responsible Innovation Award to our students. It actually gives them power, it gives them energy to make sure that what they are doing is practical, so that at the end of the day, they will get these awards to support them and to venture into business. Let me take this opportunity to hand over to Dr. Mo, who has just joined us. Dr. Mo, it's over to you.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Justin. Welcome to everyone for joining this seminar. We thank you so much for being part of us. This is a very important event for us as the Harare Institute of Technology, as we try to shape and produce graduates who are technology ready, who are ready to transform the industry, who are ready to provide practical solutions. We are, as the Harare Institute of Technology, do focus on producing complete graduates who are not going to be seeking for jobs because we believe there are no jobs there. But we want graduates who are going to be able to create those jobs. That's why this seminar is very important to us, because it touches into those aspects: how to be independent, how to produce practical solutions. Doc, you were mentioning about awards, the awards focusing on real transformation, something that changes lives, which is touching on livelihoods and organizational development, which are key elements if we want to see real change, if we want to see results in our education system. So we are committed to that, and we are happy to co-host this event with you, because we believe it will go a long way in transforming the way we do things, in transforming our systems, and in producing that graduate who is complete. Today, we expect to see more on how to achieve that vision, how to achieve that goal. Let me say on that note, I welcome you all, and I thank you for joining us. And I thank you, Dr. Justin and your team. I see a very powerful lineup of speakers who are here present to share with us on how to walk through the journey of organizational development. Let me just give back to Josh. I just joined, so I'm not sure what we've covered already, because my network here was giving me problems. So I'll just give back to Josh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo is the coordinator for the Master of Technology in Strategy and Innovation. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to introduce our first speaker, who is going to focus on fundamentals of consulting. Maybe Dr. Justin, maybe you can take us through profile for Maureen, Dr. Maureen Obeibe, so that she starts the conversation.
Thank you. I'm going to start the conversation today, but I'll just acknowledge Dr. Makuku, who is into quality assurance with the Association of African University. Dr. Makuku, you have just 1 minute to say something around quality assurance and what we have proposed, then we'll start.
Thank you so much, Dr. Justin. Yes, I feel so good to be part of this seminar, because I think it's something that I've been looking for. In terms of quality assurance, is part of it is transformation, the definition of quality. Quality as fitness for purpose, quality as relevance, quality as transformation, value for money, value addition, a brand, and I can go on and on to give the definitions of quality. But the reason why I'm also here to learn, I'm hinting on like 3 definitions of quality: a fitness for purpose, relevance, transformation. That in my life, I've told myself that whenever I need a pocket of knowledge which I want to use, I should always look for it. Whether it's a certificate or it's a diploma or it's a workshop or a seminar, I will go for it. When I finished my PhD, people asked me, so I started going to Zizo House for this executive diploma in business leadership, because I now knew that I would now go into leadership positions. People asked me, why don't you stop schooling But today we hear of lifelong learning, and this is it. I started doing it long ago, and it will never be a mistake for anybody to bow down, to look for the pocket of knowledge you want, no matter where you can get it. What is important is if it transforms you, if it helps you, then you are on the right path. So let's humble ourselves and take on board what makes us better persons to remain relevant. I thank you, Dr. Justin.
Thank you so much. So we'll start today's conversations, and I'm going to be leading this in the next 1 hour, 45 minutes. And we'll have a break of maybe 5 minutes along the way. And we need to ensure that it's as interactive as possible, as thought-provoking as possible, and let's recreate and co-create some interventions towards leading sustainable strategic change. And as we go through this presentation, you need to be thinking of how to design your consulting framework. What do you need to create your own tools that you will engage with when you are working with a client? I understand as students, we have a number of concepts and theories that we are learning in our courses, which are so fundamental to the work of consulting. But let's recreate and co-create some of the interventions to lead innovation and strategy together. So if you have a point to make at any given point in time, feel free to stop me, and my colleagues as well. I'll be picking on them to share some insights on each of the points that we have. I'm not going to talk about who I am, but the presentation that I have today is going to focus on fundamentals of consulting. What is at the core of consulting? Today, we see a lot of consultants. And what is it at the basic level? What do we need as consultants to be effective in supporting clients and client systems? What approaches can we engage in to lead in transformational consulting? The value creation, the development, the transformation, the change leadership that organizations are looking for. What are some of the maxims, statements of truth that should inform our strategy and innovation consulting engagements? And how do we design an OD process? And what are some of the threats to a consultant's self-image? And that was raised yesterday, where someone would say, I don't have enough knowledge. How can then I start to interact with the clients? And I'm going to touch on how our approach, the approach that we are going to be talking about today and tomorrow, differs from other consulting approaches. We have seen in most instances, consultants come to our organizations, they are given a nice boardroom, or they are taken to a hotel, and they are asked to stay there, and they come up with a nice document with nice graphs and nice and interesting recommendations. They go through a very interesting process of research that is normally taught in graduate schools. But eventually, the interventions that come from those nice graphs and pie charts and tables and PowerPoint presentations fail to lead real and sustainable transformation in organizations. So we want to see, how does an OD approach to consulting differ from an approach that says, I am a graduate in strategy and innovation from Harare Institute of Technology. I am coming into your organization. I'm going to support you and give you the answers to your problem because I graduated with a strategy and innovation certificate. We see that in a lot of PhDs. When they graduate with these PhDs, they go into organizations with titles and they have all the answers and solutions. But eventually, we don't see significant shifts and transformation in the organizations. So on this conceptual framework or competency framework, I just want you to focus on these 6 elements: whole system thinking, co-creation of possibilities, emergent action learning, client centrism, generative dialogue, and data-driven interventions. As consultants, as strategy and innovation consultants or graduates, we need to ensure that the work that we do with any client, large or small, are informed by whole system thinking, co-creation of possibilities. It's not only the consultant who has the answers. We need emergent action learning as we go, as we interact with the client system. We need to focus on the client and not the consultant. In most of our consulting engagements, when we interact with clients, we take pictures that focus on Justin. And we go on social media and say, here I am. I was leading a workshop with Harare Institute of Technology, an amazing session. But did Harare Institute of Technology derive value? What stories do I have about the value created in Harare Institute of Technology? What transformation happened? Did I take people through an intellectual journey of seeing things differently and leading sustainable change? Generative dialogue, and Koma Paul is going to talk about that after my presentation. How do we have conversations with our clients, conversations that matter, conversations that bring new insights? And we need data. How do we gather data? Should we just send surveys and conduct interviews like we are doing an academic thesis? In most organizations, that's what happens. We send nice surveys, nice interviews. We use a software to analyze data, nice PowerPoint presentations, nice graphs, but the organization does not feel that consultancy work. So I need you to focus on these 6 because we are going to be using these terms over and over again today and tomorrow. And this is the Global OD Competency Framework. I'm not going to speak into that. You can search it from the Organization Development Network. Our role as consultants fits into being a system change expert, efficient designer, business advisor, credible strategist, and informed consultant. And each of these roles has different points to it. And I'll pause as I throw a question, and I need 2 responses on the question that is at the bottom of the slide. What are some of the reasons for failure in most change or consulting initiatives? Why do we see most change and consulting initiatives failing? And I'll take one of my colleagues, then I'll go to the Harare Institute of Technology. Can I start with Mr. Paul Nyausaro? What comes to your mind? Mr. Paul.
Oh, yes, thank you, Doc.
Oh, yes.
I think what normally happens is the consultants usually get into the client system with predetermined solutions. They've got models that they've read in books, and these are the ones that they want to pour upon the client system. And the client does not get any opportunity to be involved in co-creating the solutions that are necessary. So in most cases, it fails because once the consultant is gone, then there is no implementation of whatever solutions the consultant would have come up with.
Thank you. So according to Mr. Paul, consultants get into client systems with predetermined solutions, nice models, nice frameworks from graduate schools, and they want to impose those to the client systems. Liza, can you comment on that? Why is that approach flawed? What are the errors in that approach of going with predetermined solutions to organizations? Liza.
The errors of going with predetermined solutions to organizations, it's because organizations do really differ. What works in organization A cannot really work in organization B. So it is then important to integrate the theoretical aspect with the technical aspect, which matches with the specific organization that we'll be going to.
Thank you. Organizations differ, and the predetermined solutions or models or concepts that we have need to be customized to the different situations that organizations are facing. And because of our time, just process in your mind some of the reasons why change initiatives fail from a strategy and innovation perspective. And Liza there brings in an interesting point, a fundamental point for us to start designing our own interventions. Organizations differ. So if organizations differ, how do I approach the different organizations without imposing predetermined solutions to the client systems? I'd ask us to watch this video, and this is a comedy video, but we want to use this as a business case and see what lessons we can derive in organizations. And because of time, I'm not going to replay this video. I understand, Dr. Makuku, you watched this video. What did you pick from this video regarding consulting approaches? What went wrong and what could have been done differently?
Yes, thank you so much. It was interesting. You know, I continued to get tense and tense as the ice cream deal was going on. So they had their own meeting about how this guy was going to propose to the girl. And eventually they agreed on the inserting of the ring in the ice cream that she was going to eat, thinking that it would work. So looking at the values of OD and what you have just said, that you need to involve the organization or the person, I think somebody should have gone behind indirectly to find out what would please the girl most and what kind of proposal that she was anticipating or would make her happy if a boyfriend was to, or a fiance was to use. And then they would come now and tell him, she said she would love this and that and that. And if that would be done, then it would work. This one did not work because now maybe she swallowed the ring or what. But eventually they did not get to the targeted end that they had said. Then when she tries to scoop ice cream, she sees the ring, and then you bow down immediately to say, will you marry me? Thank you so much. So
thank you.
That's the lesson that I learned, is that involvement, direct or indirect, is very important.
Thank you so much. Anyone from Harare Institute of Technology who watched this short clip? And what did you learn from this from a consultation perspective? Anyone, please unmute yourself who watched this video. Meantime, yes, go ahead. Bontle, insights from this video.
Yes, Doc, thank you very much. Yeah, I watched the video from the beginning to end. It was a very good initiative and idea that they had come up with, but you know, they had the results predetermined, and in the course of, you know, during the course of the meeting, they became very anxious, because while they had appreciated that it was going to work, they did not also have a plan B. What if it doesn't work the way they had, initially planned it to work? And of course, they were disappointed. And this is why now there was a blame game at the end. Because when the idea was thrown to Uncle, he just decided it was going to be a good idea without also sitting down again with himself to try to find out if, and how he was really going to apply the idea. He didn't have a checklist to find out if step A doesn't go up according to plan, what would happen? For him, it was like, it was concluded that he was going to be successful with his plan. So there was no checklist. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone from Harare Institute of Technology who watched through this video? Okay, in most cases, I recommend you to watch this video critically. You'll see how organizations engage consultants. Recently, in one of our WhatsApp groups, there was a post about an organization looking for a consultant. And in that advertisement, they had already indicated that you need to send content that you're going to present for the workshop and the fees that you're going to charge. So these are consultants. They don't know what is happening in your organization, what led to this particular decision, and they are supposed to come up with a nice proposal that addresses your problem. And they need to create content and send you that content for you to evaluate beforehand, and then select to say, we are going to work with consultant X. So organizations are misinformed about the process. They send in applications, invitations, and consultants go online. They search nice documents. They write proposals. And when they write these proposals, most of these proposals are theoretical because they don't know what the client is looking for. And this was what happened in this meeting, where participants or consultants, Andy Maitera, can you mute yourself? Andy Maitera, can you mute your mic? Okay, when they got into this meeting, the consultants didn't know what is expected. And ideas started popping out from the consultants during the meeting. And an idea was brought in, which was not critically evaluated. And nice activity logs were assigned to say, you are going to be taking pictures, you're going to be doing this. They had everything nicely planned, and they were anticipating a certain result, which did not come. We do that as strategy and innovation consultants. We engage with clients, we take them through a workshop, nice flip charts. We do a lot of sticky notes. They do a lot of games. And you'll see that in a lot of social media posts, they come out with a nice document. And this document fails to live to expectations. And in most cases, we have said it's because of poor implementation. And from this conversation today, we need to appreciate that the failure of most of these strategy documents is not about implementation. It's about the process that we engage in. In the government sector in Africa, most governments have nice documents, interesting to read. They worked with consultants, they came out with nice documents, and all those documents are in their shelves, nicely bound. There's no results on the ground. So what is the process that we need to take to help clients through the process of leading transformation? How do we get the development of organizations, real development, transformational change and development? How do we lead transformation? How do we leverage on the emergent OD approach? And Patrick is going to speak about that as we go. and lead sustainable interventions with our client systems. And that's what we need to touch on. And there's a pressing need for organizations to get professional help. And as strategy and innovation consultants, we need to bring that help. Our development as consultants, in most instances, consultants go through a workshop or seminar like we are doing now. They get a certificate, and eventually they start calling themselves consultants. We go through an academic program, we pass with merit, and we start calling ourselves consultants. Let's revisit the process for us to be value-creating consultants. How can we become that consultant who support organizations through real transformation? And a consultant who is not influenced by social media. I know of a lot of colleagues, and Patrick is here today, who facilitate consulting work with Fortune 500 companies. They don't show their certificates. They don't have a lot of letters up after their names. They don't post on social media that here I am, I facilitated a workshop. They lead sustainable strategic change. They are known for value creation. And this is the type of consultants that we want out of Harare Institute of Technology. People who are not social media, who are not so much into social media posting and talking, but who lead transformation, who support organizations. And our development through the continuum of inquiry starts with unconscious incompetence. When you joined this program, you didn't know that you don't know. And as you interacted with the lecturers, you started knowing that you don't know consulting, you don't know strategy and innovation. And it started opening your mind to what is strategy and what is innovation. And we grow to know that we know consulting, we know strategy and innovation. And we need to start showing that we know strategy and innovation. We know consulting. The question I will pose is, how long does it take for you to move from unconscious incompetence to showing that you know consulting? Most consultants today, they need 1 week. They attend a session, they listen to a YouTube presentation, they are consultants. Some need 1 year. They attend a program and then they become consultants. The majority that are leading transformation need a lifetime. And Patrick is here yesterday, he indicated that he's been in practice for 41 years and he's still developing in consulting. Dr. Makuku is here, she's been doing quality assurance, I think for almost 20 years plus. She's here learning about consulting. So let's revisit ourselves as we endeavor to practice and go through these steps of development and get to a point where we start showing that we know consulting, not by raising a piece of paper, the certificate, but through practice, through conversations that we lead in organizations and through the person we become when we're interacting with consultants, with organizations. And this takes a whole lot of personal and professional development. As you graduate, we don't leave universities. Most universities, when students graduate, they forget about them. But you need to be coming back to Harare Institute of Technology and working with your facilitators, with the Faculty of Strategy and Innovation, and co-creating interventions to add value to organizations. And this helps us to grow in that process of becoming consultants. So what model do we have to continually perfect our practice of consulting in this particular process? We need to demonstrate essential concepts, theories, and research that we have learned. We need to use various consulting practices, and we need to design consulting processes for different clients as we show that we know consulting and we start engaging with clients. I will pause for insights and contributions. And for that, anyone in Harare Institute of Technology who has a question or a comment or thoughts that are coming out of this as we make this interactive. Mr. Obet Chahele, insights from your end. Obet.
Hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Come again.
Any insights that are coming from your end based on this discussion?
With the question.
Yes, any new insights, any thoughts from this discussion?
Okay. Consultants on each and every organization, so that we do not come at the end with a straight-jacket solution. And also, I think when we do consulting, we need to involve the lower level employees or management, so that they may bring some of the issues that may affect the organization's performance. Thank you.
Thank you. The involvement of the lower level, the involvement of everyone in the client system, so that we come or we co-create sustainable solutions is fundamental. And as consultants, as strategy and innovation consultants, we need to ensure that we have interventions that help us to involve everyone in that particular process of consulting. Thank you for that. We have Nkosiko Ndlovu, insights from your end about this discussion. Nkosiko Ndlovu. Please unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to her because of our time. So the other thing that we need as we co-create, yes, Dr. Violet, go ahead.
Doc, yes, for mine, it's a question. You know, in these 2 days, I'll do less talking, more listening, and more questioning. Obet just said that we need to involve lower level staff and everyone else. What if you are invited to do consultants and then you tell them that to holistically resolve this issue you have called me to look into, we need everybody. And they said, no, we can't involve the lower level personnel. What do you do?
Thank you. We have what we call exploratory conversations as you engage with the client. That is before contracting. And during those exploratory conversations, you are going to test the commitment of the client to the change initiative. You are going to get an understanding of their mindsets. What do they think? What is their approach to engagement? And I'm going to talk about starting where the system is without imposing what we think is the best way to do. If you realize that the client is rigid in terms of, no, we can't involve the lower level employees, we need to start where the system is. And as we engage in continuous conversations, we need then to open up the client's mindset to the new possibilities. What we are missing out by excluding the other part of the organization. Because most senior leaders, especially in our African continent, they don't believe that lower level employees have something to add to the organization. And I'm going to talk about harnessing the wisdom in the room, the wisdom in the client system. But we can't impose that as consultant. We start where they are at, and then we start opening up their mindsets, helping them to reframe their mindsets towards inclusion, and bringing everybody to the table. This is where consulting becomes so tactful and generative conversations become important for the client to start seeing things from where you are. And I'm going to talk about holding the mirror for the client so that they see themselves that, you know what, we are missing out by not bringing others to the table. So you start where the system is based on your assessment. You don't impose to say, no, according to what I know, we need to have everybody on the board. You give them that space, and then you get into generative dialogue to open their minds for them to start seeing things differently. And this brings a point that when we are working with clients, we don't do once-off projects where now we are in the Harare Institute of Technology today, we do this seminar and you don't see us again in Harare Institute of Technology. This model does not work. When we start interacting with a client, it has to be a long-term relationship, something for 3 to 4 years. And this takes good conversations for clients to appreciate that. Most consultants we see today, especially towards the end of the year, a lot of consultants, strategy and innovation consultants, popped out because they are now saying we help organizations with strategy workshops. They have a cycle that they follow. And after Christmas, when they get paid, they enjoy the money for Christmas, they forget about all that. They are looking for something else that organizations are looking for in January. And they don't talk about strategy until November, September, November, they pop up again. So what we need when you start engaging with a client is to build a long-term relationship. If I'm not mistaken, Patrick, he's here, the longest client that he has worked with, he said it's been 21 years working with a client. But for most of us consultants, we jump from one client to another. We forget the interventions that we put in place. So they are just events that we are managing. So when you get a client, get into conversations that helps to build a long-term relationship. And in that long-term relationship, that's how you can assess value created. If we just do this workshop today with Harare Institute of Technology and we are off, this might not create sustainable value. We need more conversations from this, and we co-create sustainable futures. So I will talk about starting where the system is and harnessing the wisdom in the room, in the client system. Does that help, Dr. Makoko?
Thank you so much. It does. And I can also see now the other side.
Okay, so knowledge for use exists on a continuum of inquiry. And we need to appreciate that as consultants. Whatever we are going to use in a client system, it exists on that continuum of inquiry. Inquiry about yourself, about the relationship that you are building with the client, the questions that you ask the client matters the most, and the conversations that you peddle, and your ability to listen with the whole body is quite important. So, do you really know yourself as a consultant? Your capabilities, your strengths, your weaknesses, and your intentions in engaging with the client, and the relationship that we are building with the client system. Questions are more important, and the way we ask those questions is significantly important. Most consultants create questions. We send them as questionnaires and interview questions, and we just wait for the responses, and we do analysis and interpretation. But what is more important is the intellectual journey that we take people through the questions. When we ask a question, it should lead to sustainable change, to transformation of the client, rather than waiting for the answers. So the conversations we use matter. And Mr. Paul is going to talk about the generative dialogue and meaningful conversations. And we need to listen. Ideas need to be further developed in dialogue with others. If you have an idea, you don't impose it on the client. You need to engage in dialogue with the client. And the process becomes important. There's a lot of talk about design thinking in strategy, in innovation. And that process indicates that we need to further develop ideas in dialogue with others. So a model that brings consultants, give them nice offices with coffee and biscuit and lock them in a certain office does not help us in creating those ideas that are meaningful. We need to nurture curiosity and imagination of the consultant and the client if we are going to be effective. So this does not need us to go with tools, and these tools we want to impose them on a client. This needs us to sit down with a client and have good conversations about what needs to be done and co-create how we can move forward, and then work together in partnership to co-create sustainable solutions. If we are not nurturing curiosity and imagination, we just move the organization from point A to point B. And that's an event, that's a project. If we are looking at sustainable transformation, we need interventions that helps clients to scan and see beyond the horizon and start seeing the possibilities that they can tap into. And they need to then move into that space. When we help clients in that process, they become ready for change. They love change. They embrace change because they see a brighter future ahead. They see the expansive world of possibilities ahead, and everybody tunes into that. But if we are going with predefined solutions and we are imposing them on the client, like most of our consulting work, when we go into a client system and we're doing a strategy, we know that you are going to start from vision, mission, and objectives. You're going to do some situational analysis using pestle analysis and SWOT analysis. You go into, you put people into groups, they are discussing the politics, the economy. This is what we know that people will do. And it's a traditional approach that worked, but it doesn't bring results today. And the greatest instrument that you have as a consultant is yourself, and an understanding of yourself and how to effectively use yourself as an instrument to lead sustainable change. So with these 4 points, you need to create a framework to say, knowledge for use exists on a continuum of inquiry. How do I get knowledge in a client system? I need to do interviews. I need to do questionnaires. I need to observe. I need to talk to the people. I need to arrange meetings, stakeholder engagement. How do I engage them? It's just a question of sending them questionnaires or interviews. Who creates the questions? Is it the consultant creating the questions that are going to be asked? And ideas need to be further developed in dialogue. Who do I need to be in this dialogue session? How are we going to lead the dialogue? Am I going to be leading the dialogue session, or someone in the client system should lead this dialogue? Do I really need to be there as a consultant when the dialogue is going on, or I don't need to be there? In most instances, we take this for granted, and we believe only executives have the answers and should come to the table. So just looking at each of these points, the 4 points here, you can create a detailed framework of engagement with clients, including all their stakeholders. And this helps to create ownership and readiness in the client system. And allow me to pause for feedback and comments on these 4, if they are helping us going forward. And I'll start from Harare Institute of Technology, the insights that we are getting from here. Dr. Mo, anything that is coming to your mind based on this discussion? Dr. Mo. You're muted. All right, I'll come back to you. Ngosikwana Ndlovu, are you there? Yes, Penlop Malunga.
Thanks, Doc. I think we have mentioned an interesting concept there when it comes to consulting, the aspect of design thinking, and I just wanted to then comment on the aspect of empathizing. So many times we fail because we cannot relate, we cannot get into the shoes of the company.
Sorry, your mic, we can hardly hear you. Yes, it's better there.
All right. I was saying the aspect of design thinking that you mentioned is a critical component when it really comes to consultancy, because when you look at the aspect of empathy, we fail as consultants because we cannot get into the shoes or we can't empathize with the organization. We cannot get into and try to see things from their perspective. Sometimes the principles that we would have, the principles that we know that would have been tried and tested, they work, but maybe there is a reason why they are not working at that organization. So sometimes if we then go in and try to impose ourselves, we then get the resistance from, or even buy-in from those people because they've done it. But maybe what we then need to understand is at what point did that thing fail or did that principle fail? And then we are in a better position to actually help them and also and improve their organization. And another thing that I wanted to add is the ability to ask the right questions. Sometimes as consultants, we then ask the questions that we get wrong. We ask wrong questions and which gives us wrong answers. Therefore, our efficacy in helping them develop their strategies becomes limited because we are not also asking the right questions. That's my submission.
Thank you. Empathy, and that empathy element demands a lot of conversations with people in the client system. And that responds to Dr. Makuku's curiosities as well. Because in most cases, the people who have the answers to the questions are not engaged. Consultants come, and if you go into company corridors, the lower level employees are saying, oh, they did this, here they come again. We have done this last year and it failed, and they are bringing the same thing again. And they don't engage in that whole process. They just act in alignment with what we want to see. And we don't see transformational results. So with generative dialogue, and I will not speak much into that, Mr. Paul is going to talk about that. With dialogue and asking good questions and creating space to really listen to those questions, to the responses, is quite important as consultants. So this is where we remove the tools and concepts that we have, we humble ourselves, go into the client system as learners and facilitators, and we start co-creating with the client system. And that's where the design thinking comes in, and empathy and understanding of everyone and engaging them in that process becomes important. One more insight, anyone with a comment, and then we proceed. Insights from your end. Patrick.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. I don't think I could have said it any better, Justin. So I appreciate all the statements you've said. Just one thing, exploratory conversations with people, getting into a good conversation. It's like getting into a good conversation with a friend where people become real, not with their role or their status or their position or their office. They become a person. And if you become a person, pretty much they'll become a person too, to have a real conversation. In that process of challenging questions or exploratory questions or digging down a little deeper, what happens a lot of times, at least for me, is the other person shifts their both emotional and cognitive mindset, because we filter information through our emotions. So it's both. They start seeing things differently within those exploratory conversations. And there's an old OD saying is, how we see things is what we create. So if you have some good conversations with people, being real, getting down to the real stuff, they'll start seeing things differently and they'll create things differently. So that's very key. It's very fundamental to this type of approach.
Thank you. And yesterday there was an issue on if you don't have the knowledge and skills to engage with into consulting work, so what do you do? So all we are saying now is you need to engage in good conversations. You don't have the answers, the client system has all the answers that they need. So in good conversations, you get those answers, and then you support, you facilitate good dialogue. Yes, Patrick.
When I first go into a new client, a lot of times they really don't know what they need. They read something, they went to a seminar, they read a book, they heard something at a lunch or an event of somebody speaking, and they'll grab onto it. Sometimes you got to take 2 steps back with them and help them understand what they really need or begin to understand without having the real answers. Don't look for answers, just explore. Take some stress off of oneself as a consultant. You don't need to have the answers. When I walk in with a blank mind. I don't want to know any answers. It's like a blank board. That way I listen better. I explore with them. And so that starts becoming sort of a partnership. We just have a good conversation. I really don't want to have the answers because as we go along, we design a process. That change strategy will change as we learn, as we go. The organization will learn as they go. So let's take ourselves out of a box of the expert and having everything, and I need to know everything, because nobody has the answers. We learn as we go. Just wanted to add that little bit. Take stress off people's shoulders.
Thank you. So we need to move away from being the wisdom consultant, the experts, the guru, and that #1 consultant in Zimbabwe. And every organization should engage with me. And we need to support clients to use cognitive and emotional skills with courage. And we also need to use cognitive and emotional skills with courage to save dynamic systems. So if you take that point as a consultant and say, I need to use cognitive and emotional skills with courage when I deal with client systems, what do I need to do then? And then you have the applied techniques to engage with the client in order to serve them well. We need to pay attention to relationship-centric values and behaviors in client system. And for us as a consultant, as consultants, we also need to pay attention to the extent to which we are tuned into the relationship-centric values. Most consultants build relationship with the CEO and the executives in an organization, and they consider those to be the most important group of people in an organization. And they engage with them, and when they're talking to them, they listen very well. But when they engage with the lower level employees, that is, if they do engage with them, they don't pay so much attention to them. And these are the people who are involved in the day-to-day activities. They know what is happening. They carry the organization's culture. And if we don't engage with them at that level, it's not going to give us sustainable solutions moving forward. We need to create space for self-management in emerging situations. And as you get these points and you sit on your own without reading a book or an article, you need to have techniques to say, how do I create space for self-management with a client? And as you plan interacting with a client for your exploratory conversations, you have to figure out how to get into that good conversation that creates space for self-management, you as a consultant, and for the client system. We need to facilitate continuous development of self and others. So when we go into organizations, we need to ensure that we engage in conversations that facilitate that continuous development. Rather than start telling people what needs to be done, pointing to their flaws and asking them to move A to B, B to C, because you know the answers. And we need to create conditions to enrich experiences of best use of self, not only on ourselves as consultants, but to the entire client system. So when you interact with a client and you leave them using their cognitive and emotional skills, that's when we bring the development aspect. They will be able to evolve with the changing environment. When you interact with a client and now they are paying attention to relationship-centric values, that system starts talking to itself about itself. Because people now, they don't need to go for a team building activity where we take adults to play games and take them out to a retreat and organize games and let them play games. And then we say we are facilitating a team building event in the 21st century. A bunch of adults, a consultant has an intervention of creating games and taking them for a retreat, ask them to play games, and they come back to office. We need new interventions that are tuned into relationship-centric values and behaviors as people work. Taking people to play games on weekend, if they are not playing games on their own, it means there is a huge problem there. But if they can watch Manchester United together after work, you don't need to take them to games and have what is called a team building activity in the 21st century. That one worked during the scientific management era when people were drilled into certain lines. So this is what we do as consultants, and we need to facilitate that transformation and growth. And we need to take clients through an intellectual journey. So as you interact with a client, there has to be an intellectual journey that they go through. Not this funny facilitation of pastel analysis, SWOT analysis, and discussing the political environment, the economic environment, like we're in an MBA class when we're facilitating a strategy workshop. Most of the strategy and innovation workshops are nothing but MBA classes. What we are doing in Harare Institute of Technology in our classes is what people are transferring to a strategy workshop and get people to do those assignments that we are asked to do at home. We just have to do that assignments as a group of executives together. And then we come up with a nice document called a strategy document, which in most cases fail. But if we pay attention to the intellectual journey that we take people, and for the graduates in Harare Institute of Technology, your focus is on technopreneurship and innovation. That has to be evident, that intellectual journey that we take clients through. So we have a lot of questions that we need to respond. The fundamentals of consulting. What do executives expect when they engage with us? Why do organizations hire consultants? Why exactly are they hiring me? Does that mean they don't have the people who are capable in their client system? Am I the mini God who is going to go with answers into the client system? A good conversation around why do organizations hire consultants? Why do they need me when they have all the people in their organization? Changes our mindsets to interacting with the client. And Yvonne is going to talk about traditional and emergent OD, and Mr. Paul will talk about the emergent in terms of generative conversations. So organizations face technical and adaptive challenges. Technical issues, they have one solution to it. They have a manual and a procedure that you need to follow. And when you key in certain numbers, you get the code. You address that issue. Adaptive challenges are so complex. There are many questions to be asked. And those questions need to be asked to different people differently. And there are many answers to one question. So the idea of taking a questionnaire in an organization with 300 people and sending the questionnaire through email and asking people to respond that questionnaire in the same way is in itself a huge flaw, because people are at different levels of their development. But we are assuming that they have to answer that question the same way. They will interpret the question the same way. And we are going to also interpret their responses the same way. through a certain statistical tool. So we need to be careful as consultants. I saw colleagues who are into research. We need to be careful, especially when we are dealing with adaptive challenges, the questions that we ask and the manner in which we ask those questions. If we are asking the question, one question the same way to everyone, we might be missing out on something that is so fundamental. So what work do we put in before sending a questionnaire, before engaging in an interview, to get real transformational data and to support the client system? So most consultants will look for techniques and procedural ways to be effective in consulting. We're always reading the Harvard Business Review and the latest book. And for people like us who write books, we sell books, and we are so good at that. And we'll tell you that if you read my book, it will be so transformational. It's just because I'm selling its business. But we need to be very careful as we work on these techniques and procedural ways. And we need something that is customized to the client system. And most consultants try to fit organizations into prescribed models. This is what I have in terms of the vision, mission, personnel analysis, so industry. This is a standard thing that we do in strategy and innovation. And we always try to fit organizations into this model. And in some instances, it helps us to move from point A to point B, but it doesn't facilitate that transformational growth and development. So as consultants, what can we do differently to awaken client systems, to support client systems to actualize their potential, and to ensure that a client system can actually start talking to itself about itself? It can self-renew. And this is why we're having this conversation. What do we need when we're interacting with clients on any project? You might be dealing with an individual and applying coaching as an intervention. How do you coach this individual to awaken their human capabilities and to support them for growth? And I've identified some of these elements. We need to effectively use ourselves as instruments. We need to be role models of transformation. And we need to work with clients in co-initiating, co-sensing, presencing, co-creation, and co-evolving interventions. We are not experts who have all the answers, but we engage the client system. We need to harness and manifest the wisdom in the client system. Let's work with people in the client system. And let's find ways, innovative ways to support the client system. We need whole system thinking, action inquiry. We need a greater understanding of the context in which people are working, because the behaviors of people in an organization are influenced by the environment in which they are in. We need to create space for the new to emerge, help people to disassociate with habitual ways of thinking, and open their minds to new and different thoughts. And I will not talk into all of this because of our time, but as you get these slides, look at each of these points as you interact with your clients, and then say, what exactly do I need to do as I get into this client system? What interventions am I going to put in place to harness and manifest the wisdom in this client system? And then you list the key steps that need to be followed. And as we spoke with Dr. Moore, we have Mr. Paul Nyausaru, Chiedza Kadare, and Violet Machaka, and Yvonne Kanjanda, and the other team who are there to support in terms of now sitting down and working on specific frameworks as you start engaging with your clients and as you design your competency framework on how to move with this going forward. I will pause and take comments from my colleagues first. Mr. Paul, on this slide, any insights? Then I will ask Tatenda Gutu to also make a comment. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Doc. I think you put it quite clearly that what sets OD consulting way apart from other consulting are those issues that you raised there, especially the issue of whole systems thinking in terms of involving the whole organization when we want to identify and come up with solutions. So the issue of co-creation is what is really lacking in terms of consulting today. Yet it is the most important thing that will help us as consultants to really find solutions together with the client. And also knowing oneself, as you indicate, the use of self is very important. We can't really help our client system find solutions when we don't really understand ourselves. When ourselves, we don't really understand the situation that we are going to be facing. So the first thing is to really understand ourselves, and everything falls into place. So I'm sure the whole issue that is coming out of this seminar is for us to look at ourselves, evaluate ourselves, and also then ask ourselves how we need to move forward after this seminar in terms of our approaches to consulting. I think this is the question that we really need to ask ourselves, and if we go through the session, we find answers to that.
Thank you. Tatenda Gutu, your insights on this.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. I think we are learning a lot. We are getting a lot of insights from how you are explaining it. And I think, yes, there is a lot of work that needs to be done, maybe by us as aspiring consultants in terms of maybe not relying on those models, and we fit in our organizations to fit in those models. But then we need also to take the approach of doing collaborations, to do maybe the co-creation part, because you find out that every time organizations are just using the pastel analysis so that they create a strategic document, and you see what they've done in the previous year is the same, or it's even going down because they are just depending on those strategic documents. So I think this session is eye-opening, so that we only don't depend on documents. Yes, they might move us from point A to point B, but as organizations, I think we'll never gain any competitive advantage by using these models only. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing that out. So we need to be a bit critical on applying those models. They're quite valuable, and they have produced results in a lot of organizations. So they are foundational to the work we do. But when we go into an organization, we need to do something different, because an organization is not designed for pastel analysis. An organization is not designed for this framework that was published by Justin in a book. They are looking for something. And through conversations, we will be able to then co-create something that is meaningful to that client system. But it takes a good conversation with the senior leaders in that organization. And Mr. Paul and the other two ladies in Zimbabwe are working at approaching an organization and starting to co-create and to work with this client from a 0 point. And in our discussions, we had indicated they are going to this client with nothing. They're just going there to start an exploratory conversation to say, where do we want to be? What are the possibilities? And how can we get there? We have Diketso in Botswana. She approached an SME, and she's working with one SME organization. And she started a conversation with this person who is into film, is into the film industry. And he wants to expand his photography and films business. And they started an exploratory conversation to say, what are the possibilities? Where can we go from this? And she's partnering and supporting that SME in building that business. And we have other colleagues in different countries working with client systems and supporting them in the co-creation of interventions, starting from zero. And we need those models. They're quite fundamental, and they inform the work we do. So 5 applied techniques to transformational consulting. Number 1, we need to create space, fertile ground for exploration and exploitation. So when we walk into the consultant, into the client system, we need to ensure that there is space, fertile ground for exploration and exploitation. Before we start any consulting work, did we prepare the ground very well that we can start having good conversations? So when you get a consultancy project, the preparation work is quite fundamental to make sure that your ground, the client is ready to engage in good conversations. We are not rushing to meet certain standards unless it's an emergency situation. But if we can manage the process, let's prepare the ground and ensure that everyone in that client system is ready for good conversations. And to do that, I've identified some of the points from what I think and my practice. We need to cultivate a leadership culture, and Patrick speaks on that. Not just leadership, which we talk about on YouTube and on social platforms, but a leadership culture in our client systems. We need to manifest positive organizational cultures, not what is written on office walls, the values that are in our nice frames in the offices as part of our culture determinants. We need a positive organizational culture, a culture of engagement, of inquiry, of collaboration, of partnership, for us to then start working with the client. We need to listen with the whole body and partner in co-creation. We need to facilitate meaningful and generative dialogue, ask good questions, and listen to the answers through humble inquiry approaches. We need to co-initiate and co-sense organizational capabilities. If we adopt some of these applied techniques, we create fertile ground for exploration and exploitation. And we increase or enhance the level of commitment and readiness by the client to engage in change initiatives. Most clients are so excited about the change initiative on day 1, on day 2, on day 3, everything starts fading away. They don't see value in it. They are not engaged anymore. If they were coming to meetings early, now they don't come early. They just say, okay, do whatever you can and send us the report and I'll review it after work. What are we doing when we're engaging with clients to ensure that we have this fertile ground for exploration? We need to listen to the stories of men and protecting the voices of those previously unheard. And this is the question that Dr. Makuko asked, and that was raised as well, to say we need to include everyone in the client system. How do we create space to listen to the stories of many in that organization? How do we facilitate conversations with the client that says, you know what, the interventions that we need to create are not just interventions to take us through the year 2022. We need something that is sustainable and that grows this organization and develops this organization. And to do that, we will not rely on a select few individuals. We need really to engage everyone who is part of this system. Our lower level employees, our customers, our suppliers. How can we engage and have that multi-stakeholder engagement process, no matter the time limitations that you have dealing with this client? So listen to everyone and learn from everyone, because nobody knows everything, but everyone knows something. So when we go into client systems, in an African context, when people hear that a consultant is coming, in their minds, they think an expert is coming and they have the answers and they are waiting for the report But we are now saying we need to turn that understanding and reframe that understanding and start engaging with everyone and be the human being, not these consultants who, when they are there, everyone has to more like worship them. We see them as mini gods when they come to our organizations, and they are so important. They are putting on shiny shoes and red ties and expensive suits. And in that whole process, they don't really engage with people in the client system to co-create something meaningful. So listening to the stories of many and the voices of those previously unheard and integrating that into what we are creating as an organization is quite fundamental. We need to elevate and celebrate the human spirit. This is why organizations need consultants. If you go in most organizations, people are not happy, people are not engaged. And when we come in as consultants, we should not deepen that status quo, but we should help the senior leaders, we support senior leaders to start appreciating their people and to elevate the human spirit. And they start recognizing people's capabilities. And when you start working with people in an organization where everyone's capabilities are appreciated and recognized, the system starts working perfectly well. People start bringing in ideas to the table. When they are at home and they're discussing with their family over dinner, they're talking about this organization and how things can be done differently. And when they come to work tomorrow, they bring in new ideas to move the organization forward. They are not waiting for managers and leaders to bring solutions. They're not waiting for a consultant to bring solutions, but there is a culture of openness and engagement and inquiry. So when we are working with organizations, starting right where you are now as an employee, but an employee who is informed, who is enlightened, and who has that understanding of the need to harness everyone in the system, we need to start modeling those values. When you're now calling for a departmental meeting, right in your organization now, you need to start demonstrating that consultancy approach of involving everyone in the room and ensuring that we co-create sustainable interventions together. If you then go out and you're dealing with an external client, you model those values because that's who you are in terms of the use of self as an instrument. We need to convey possibilities in client systems. And we do that by cultivating a leadership culture, listening with the whole body, asking good questions. We open information systems for people to engage, and then people will start to see beyond the horizon. They're not just doing this thing because we received a strategy document, and in the strategy document, this is what they said we should do. And they're ticking the checklist. And eventually they say, oh, we have done our work. That's what they expected us to do. But when we convey possibilities as consultants and we are supporting organizations, they start seeing beyond the horizon. And that's where innovation and creativity becomes sustainable and transformational in that process. Parallel difficult conversations. And this is where Dr. Makuku was asking on when senior leaders are saying, no, it doesn't work. We don't want to include the lower level employees. We need to enter into that difficult conversation with the organization. And as we enter into that difficult conversation, we need to co-create an approach that is sustainable with the client. So these are some of the 5 applied techniques that we can use to design our models of engagement with the client and with the client system as we proceed with this discussion. I have 30 minutes left. Can we have a 5-minute break and then we proceed in 5 minutes? Just a 5-minute quick break and then we proceed after 5 minutes.
Doc, may you return to the previous slide?
Okay.
Yes. Because I was listening, I now didn't take the the other points. I was just listening to your narration.
No, that's fine. We can engage in the 5 minutes, and then we proceed officially as others join back.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, the HIT students, if you have a question, or anyone, if you have a question or comment, those who are in the room, feel free, and then we proceed in 4 minutes. Question or comment.
Doc, I
Okay.
just want to point out something that I've seen also. You know, sometimes people are in the organizations where they are working, but and they are known to perform and deliver, and they get salaries for being employed. But at a point, you even find that what I've heard from other people in other companies, you are even prevented from doing work. Or at times, somebody would do gatekeeping so that you continue to give them good ideas, which they will present in some higher meetings as if it was their ideas. So it's
This is happening.
indirectly related to what we are talking about.
Yeah, this is happening in most organizations, and most junior level employees are frustrated by that because their capabilities are recognized, but they're not appreciated. This morning, I wanted to post on LinkedIn to say, I deleted that post because I know people wouldn't like it. I wanted to post to say, we are seeing a lot of leaders receiving awards. We have never seen employees receiving awards. The greatest asset in the organization has never received an award on LinkedIn. And we've never seen a CEO posting an employee to say, I'm working with Justin, you know, Justin is amazing. He has done these things, you know, where he was when he joined the organization, and this is where he is. But the CEOs are receiving leadership awards. Where are they led? Managers are receiving management awards. Where are they managed? And you rarely see the employees commenting to say congratulations. Only the friends in their circles of engagement are the ones that comment. So there's a huge mismatch that we really need to tackle. I wrote that comment, that post, I deleted it because I realized I was step on a lot of people's toes, and then I stopped. So we need to rethink those approaches. A lot of employees are frustrated. They have so much potential, but there are a lot of hindrances from their management. And they leave, they go into another organization, they face the same issues as well. So when we get into those organizations as consultants, our role is to support people to use their cognitive and emotional capabilities well, and to value the people they have in the system. And that's where you need now difficult conversations. Conversations that says, what have you done with your people? And this is what the people are saying. I was assisting one lady here, and she said, these are the comments I got from people. She's in HR, but I can't face my MD and tell him that, you know what, this is what people are saying. And I told her, request a closed door meeting and tell him straight up as it is. This is what the people are saying about you, and what can we do to improve? Mr. Josh, you wanted to say something?
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Justin. I'm being impressed, being challenged by bringing in the subject of transformational consulting. And what I wanted to add on is the subject of systems thinking, because systems in thinking, it's a subject in its own that we may need also to deal with. So during our spare time, we may need to look into the system thinking processes, how you can identify the parts of the organization, what make up an organization and what other factors that may also be influenced by an organization. So in every effort decision that we make, we need to apply the systems thinking part. It reduces, because failure to apply systems thinking, it will result in what we call the counter-intuitive effect, which actually worsens the situation. That's why Doc brings in the aspect of sustainability of our solutions. So if we apply systems thinking together with the design thinking aspect, we are able to understand the user's needs and develop insights that are key in addressing those needs. So the most important is to engage the customer, the client, so that you identify the problem. What are the pain points that are facing this organization? What are the challenges? And come up with a clear problem, define a clear problem that you agree with the client that this is the problem that we have as an organization that we are trying to solve. So from that problem, we are able to then come up with the product or products or services as solutions to that problem. So it is important that as we engage the client, we are able to define the problem easily and come up with customized solutions. When we are in the subject of marketing, we say, let us adopt the marketing philosophy where we put the customer first. We try to satisfy the customer needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The emphasis on systems thinking and the systems thinking process. And I think Patrick will be happy to arrange a session and talk about that if Harare Institute of Technology sees it fit, and Mr. Paul will track that down, and he will be reaching out to have conversations with you as well to co-create some of the in-person sessions, coaching sessions there in Zimbabwe. But Patrick is ready to speak into that, and we can as well have some continuous conversations around these themes. And we also need, you spoke on systems thinking and collaborative engagement to co-create interventions with the client system, and paying attention to inquiry and effective engagement. We need to amplify human development and participation. And this was a point as well that we were discussing with Dr. Makuku. To what extent are we amplifying human development and participation? When we realize that we have someone who is capable in our organization, what are we doing as managers and as consultants? And I'll quickly run into these points in the next about 20 minutes that I have. Number one, when we enter into our consulting engagements, we need to start where the system is, and we need to put people first. So we might have our own preconceived notions. We should not bring them to the client system and impose them on the client. No matter how good we are, no matter how successful the intervention worked in another organization that we were consulting with, we need to start right where the system is. What is their thinking? What strategy do they have? What are their systems? And what's working in that particular system at the moment? And Mr. Josh is indicating there the identifying the problem. And when we have the problem, we need to quickly shift to possibility seeking, because problems are so draining and organizations always have problems. But if we then help clients to shift their thinking from problem orientation to possibility seeking, and Mr. Paul is going to talk about that on Appreciative Inquiry in terms of identifying what's working in a client system. At the moment, what exactly is working? What's keeping this organization going? And how can we amplify that rather than focusing more on the problem? So we need exploratory conversations, deep, good conversations with the right people. And that's where Mr. Josh is saying we need to identify the different parts of the system. And in our whole system thinking conversations, we are capturing all those elements. And asking questions, this was indicated earlier, the questions we ask and the manner we ask those questions is quite important. Storytelling and story sharing. Organizations have certain stories that they can share And those stories can amplify human potential, and they can energize people to start doing things differently. Deep listening and transforming talks. And this is what managers and senior leaders in organizations should do, but in most organizations, it's not happening. So our role as consultants is to support senior leaders to engage in these activities, observations. And with these observations, you pick certain things that needs to be done. One of our participants was sharing last week that she asked for a colleague to use her office. And as she was using her office, she could see a lot of things that could be improved. A lot of flaws in that particular system, the way the customer service representatives were attending to customers, the way people were engaging. In the 2 hours that she was sitting in that office attending a Zoom session, she was identifying some of the issues that, this cannot be, this should be done in a better way. So with observations, just going into the client system and getting the permission to observe people in their natural setting, how they are working, how they are communicating, what happens during lunchtime. When it's lunchtime, people go on their own. You see this person going out on his own and they order their own lunch, and different people, they don't sit together. It means it communicates a lot about that particular culture. So as you sit at the reception and you are observing people coming in, going out, you're listening to phone calls and the way they are talking, you get to see a lot of potential in the client system. And then we have issues of organization capacity assessments, cultural assessments from a position of lived experiences in terms of how people are actually experiencing the culture in that particular organization. This helps us to start where the system is, and we put people first, and we start moving together in co-creation. If you know step 2, then it's not OD. If you are a consultant who, whilst you are lying on your bed at home, you already know the solutions to the client's problem, that's not consulting, that's something else. So we need to go into the system, we inquire, we engage through the appreciative and humble inquiry processes, we co-create. And that's the process consultation approach to co-creation and co-evolving. But most consultants, once they are already responding to the client's invitation for consulting work, they already have solutions. They already know the steps that needs to be taken, everything that needs to be done. That's not consulting. I don't know what we can call that. Maybe it works in certain instances, but in complex adaptive situations, that doesn't work. In the technical field, you might have an idea to say, oh, they called me because their equipment broke down, and this is what the person told me. It might be this particular part of that equipment. And when you go there, you ask questions still, what exactly happened? And then you resolve those issues. So if you know step 2, then it's not OD. We need research, evidence-based practice, deep consultation, and engagement with the client system. And if we are to be effective and to brand ourselves as unique consultants, we need to have clients and walk with them along that journey. We need to effectively use self as an instrument. This means we have to do a lot of reflection and debrief sessions to understand, after I had a conversation with a client, what did I do right? What could I have done better? What came out of this conversation? What do I need to revisit? What questions do I need to ask? Did I ask the questions in the right way? Did this meeting really went according to plan? What new insights came out of this meeting? What can I do better tomorrow? And by doing so, we go into self-awareness, self-discovery, and it changes the way we relate with clients. And this helps us to bring innovation and creativity in client systems and to really transform the organizations that we will be working with. We need to hold the mirror for the client. and let the client see themselves in this mirror, rather than telling them that, no, you are doing this thing wrong and you need to do it this way. Our role as consultants, as facilitators, is to take that mirror and let the client see themselves, identify what needs to be done. The ladies here use the mirror almost every day, several times a day. And when you look yourself in the mirror, you don't just look yourself from one angle. You have to look at yourself from different angles and see what needs to be done, what areas need improvement, and it gives you a whole new perspective around what needs to be done. So our role as consultants is to hold that mirror. And how do we hold that mirror? And for how long are we going to hold a mirror in one position and say, clients, look at yourself from this direction? Then if you are satisfied that I think they have gotten a good picture of who they are from this direction, I'm going to twist this mirror to another angle. Please look at yourself in this direction. What do you see? How different is that from the direction that we started with? What can we do differently? Which angle do you think showed your potential and your possibilities? And what can we do further to move forward? And what is this mirror? This mirror are the questions we ask. When we are asking questions, we are not asking to get just the solutions or the answers. We are asking these questions for the client to see themselves and say, oh, this question really opened my mind. I think we need to rethink the way we do things. We need to tell stories, stories that helps the client to say, you know what, because of that story that you shared about an intervention that you applied when you were working with client XYZ, I have totally started seeing things that we need to improve in our organization. You have not brought solutions. You shared a 2-minute story. You asked one question and the client is at task. There is significant transformation. The answers will then come, but the transformation process has already started. We need to move from problem orientation to possibility seeking. And we do a lot of after action review with the client and for them to really see themselves and identify their flaws, see the potential that is in their system. When you're dealing with complex issues that are so sensitive, you can use a playful technique of having games, and this requires you really understanding people. And as people are playing certain games, they identify certain flaws and they self-manage and self-correct. And we need deep feedback and continuous feedback systems as consultants. And we need to facilitate that. When we do that, the client sees themselves in this mirror and says, you know what? We're not doing anything. We need to do something differently. They become ready to change. They own the process. They engage wholeheartedly. And you see that the system starts talking to itself about itself. So what are we doing to hold the mirror for the client to see themselves? The survey research, the interviews, the nice PowerPoint presentations, yes, they are a method of showing the client where they are at. But does it give them that picture that says, we need to do something differently? I think all consultants use PowerPoint presentations, nice graphs and pie charts when we go into the conference rooms and make presentations. Do they really give a picture that says, you know what, you need to create, to have that sense of readiness and do things differently? Look at this cat as it's seeing itself in that mirror. It's realizing that, you know what, I am such a huge lion here. And it has a totally different perspective of who it is. And it changes. So senior leaders need that support to see themselves in the mirror and not from the angle that you, the consultant, want. Most consultants, they have a certain angle they want because they know certain tools and frameworks fitting that angle. So they just show the client that angle. And then the client says, yes, I see the need for change. and they start implementing what they know best. So let's hold the mirror in different positions and help the client to see themselves. And let's create space to manifest the wisdom in the client system. What are we doing to help the client realize that in their own system, they have all the answers, and you are just a facilitator. You are not an expert type of consultant. And Bontle will talk about that tomorrow. And moving away from being the I know it all to the co-creation approach with the client system and awakening the wisdom in that client system, and everybody gets to engage in that process. We need to create space for the new to emerge. And as technopreneurs in a strategy and innovation course, this was the main focus in terms of facilitating innovation. How do we create space for innovation? And innovation that comes as a result of people using their enduring natural capabilities, not innovation that is forced because there is an incentive. If you bring an innovative idea, you get $500. And people now, they are under pressure to think of an innovative idea. They are always searching what is happening in China. And when they see something that's happening in China and they think the organization has not yet captured that, they bring that idea to the organization. But when innovation is coming from the awakened natural capabilities, the conversations that are coming in from the people in the system, the dialogue, the engagement of people in that system, that innovation is sustainable. And that's how we can deal with the forces from the external environment, because we are a resilient organization informed by action that is coming from within that system. We are not informed by nice research articles that are published in the Harvard Business Review. They are good to read. They give us a foundation. But you know what? When we read that article, we sit down in our organization, we co-create, and we develop something that is customized to our organizations and to our systems in that organization. Yes, Joel, it will be good to hear your voice if you want to say something. Go ahead. Joel Mukwidigwe.
Okay, I just unmuted myself. So I was just thinking, you are talking a lot about being humble, a humble inquiry. And so I want to know, how do we balance between our being wanting to be competitive, like we want to get a consultancy, and then we have to be talking about our achievements, but then we also want to be humble and not be sounding like. So how do we then balance between being and trying to express our expertise? Or I don't know if I'm clear.
Yes, very clear. As consultants, we leverage on our competence and what we have done and the success stories from the past, and we share that with the client. And the intention here is for the client to appreciate our competence and that we are fit for the consulting work at hand. So we are not bragging about our achievements, but our intention is to open up the client to a good conversation around why I could be the best support system in your organization. And in humble inquiry, you know the answers to certain things that needs to be done. But you are taking a step back to allow the system itself to discover those answers and to bring them to the table. And when they bring them to the table, they own those solutions. But someone who is coming in from a position of not being a humble inquirer, they're always bringing the answers, the solutions to say, this is what needs to be done, this is what needs to be done, this is what needs to be done. And organizations tend to like that approach. But is it sustainable in terms of creating that sense of ownership as compared to a model where I sit back and I create scenarios for people to discover their own solutions on their own. Even though I knew that this could work, I did not say it outright, but I created space for them to do that. So our competence, our experiences, we need to leverage on that. We need to share that, but the intention has to be clear. You are not there to compete, but you are there to enlighten the client on why you are the ideal consultant for that particular project. If you start going into competition, it becomes aggressive and the forces might not support bringing in sustainable interventions. Dr. Moore.
Yes. Thank you, Justin. My apologies, I've been in and out. I just wanted to emphasize on some of the issues that you raised that I found to be very useful. Well, especially the issue of exploratory conversations. I think this is very important because that's where you pick and get to understand what is happening within the organization. I think we have a problem, especially this side of the world, where we see consultants as experts, and we tend to think that they should give us solutions to all our problems. And probably it's one of the reasons why even if a consultant comes and says something that doesn't even make sense in some context, we tend to run with it because it was said by a consultant. And because of that, I'd seen many situations where management then use consultants to endorse their ideas, to endorse what they are thinking. Because it was said by a consultant, let us run with it. And everyone would follow because it is coming from a consultant who is believed to be an expert. And I think maybe I did want to pose a question on that to you, Doc, to say, how would we change this perception? Because it seems if you come in as a consultant and you want to adopt this developmental approach, co-creation approach, they might view you as somebody who is not qualified, who is not decided, who is not confident, does not have an idea of how things should be, because you're trying to involve them. At the end of the day, they might think, okay, you know, all the answers, we are the ones who said that, we are the ones who proposed that, especially if there is that strong perception that a consultant should give us solutions. Yet, I think as we are saying, the whole idea of co-creation, co-sensing is very important. And I think I like the way you were emphasizing on the co-sensing aspect, because that means it involves you as a consultant as well, understanding the market, understanding the business, which is not an overnight job, which also then moves into the idea of a long-term relationship, which means there is also a commitment of being part of what they are doing and so on, which is very relevant, I think, in today's businesses. But this problem, especially from this side of the world, where we have a thinking that if it's a consultant, I should have all the answers, not to ask me because I've hired you to give me solutions. How best can we handle that? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll land on that as well. And I'll just run the four points here. Then the next presenter will be ready. If the client system says we are the ones who brought all the answers, for you as a consultant, and you were facilitating that process, that's 100% pass from the perspective of this consulting model. Why? Because you have empowered the system to talk to itself about itself and to self-renew and self-regenerate on its own. With you as a consultant, just facilitating and being invisible. And like you have indicated, in most of our organizations on the continent, people will then say, no, this consultant did not do a good, the impression is the consultant doesn't know what he's doing because we brought the answers. But key here is the process that you have taken people through, the intellectual journey that you have taken people through, and for them to really appreciate the process and how the process itself led to the outcomes that they see at the end. So when you're getting a consultancy project, at times you get it through a proposal. You send a proposal, a very nice proposal. They accept you in the system. This is where dialogue and conversations become important. First, with the key people in that organization, and then you are bringing in other members that are critical to this conversation. You are not going to work alone as a consultant in an organization, unless the scope of work is very small. But no matter how small the scope of work could be, in most instances, two heads are better than one. You need to have certain people as a guiding coalition, either from the client system or you come with them as an external consultant. And as you sit in your conversations, people need to appreciate your model of engagement and why you do certain things the way you do it. And this is where generative dialogue becomes important. And as a consultant, you are developing the system to self-manage itself so that when you are out of this system, it continues to operate pretty well. But if the system relies on a consultant, you give them solutions, you go out, you want them to call you again next week for the same problem. And this is the situation we see most of our organizations in Africa at, where we solve a problem in finance, we hire a finance consultant. They come, they bring interesting interventions in finance, and they go 2 weeks later, the problem shoots in marketing. And the people in marketing are complaining. And we have to hire a marketing consultant. The marketing consultant comes, and Patrick calls that a shotgun approach, works in marketing, brings nice marketing interventions, and everybody in marketing is happy. They go 3 weeks down the line, the logistics team is complaining. Finance is complaining because what you brought in marketing reverses what they are doing there. So generative dialogue help us to deal with these issues. And it takes a good conversation with the client system. And remember, maxim number 1 is you start where the system is. If they believe in you as an expert, join them with that understanding, and then you help them to reframe their own perspectives as you work with them. Then you become a transformational consultant. You help the organization to develop without relying on you as a consultant in that respect. So good conversations help in that process. And I will end by saying we need to have a good toolkit and use it lightly. I'm going to share these presentations, and we can have other conversations as well around some of the insights that are there. And in about 2-3 weeks' time, I will share an article that will be published on these maxims. We need to leverage technology for cultural and organizational transformation, an area that Patrick is consulting on in terms of building collaborative networks for consulting work. And these are some examples of platforms that we can use to engage with people like we are doing now. We are on Zoom, we have used Google Meet, emails, Jamboard, and Canva. These are different platforms that we can use for consulting work as we expand our reach beyond where we are. We need to use resistance to create sustainable value. When there seems to be a sense of resistance, it's a very good thing to be consulted because it opens up space for inquiry. So when people are pushing you back, the interventions that you're putting in place, that's a good space to sit down and have a good conversation. What do they think? What's in their mind? What can we do? What ideas do they have in mind? And then we start moving forward. But most consultants, when they sense resistance, they are frustrated, they panic, and they start going with what the client wants without engaging in good, candid conversations. We need to instill courage to embrace and manifest change as we interact with the client system. And that helps us to be significantly transformational. So we use these approaches in addressing a whole lot of issues in our consulting engagements. And I'll pause here. I've exceeded with 5 minutes because of our time limitations. And we'll take 5 minutes questions and comments. We'll be sharing this presentation. And for those who are in Zimbabwe, Mr. Paul Nyausaro will be leading a team to have one-to-one conversations and support that you might require in terms of broadening your understanding, developing some transformational models for yourself. And he will be in touch with Dr. Moore. And if you need any support, you can reach out through Harare Institute of Technology, and they will take that up. I'll pause for questions and comments. Yes, Dr. Violet, your mic is on. Right, we have not heard from other colleagues here. Nobani Nube. Nobani Nube, after Dr. Violet. Yes, Doc.
Dr. Justin, I just wanted, yes, my internet is not good, but I think the last question also was my concern that when you now approach them, they are now telling you what you are doing. We thought you have solutions. I just want to add to what you said that in the first instance, let them understand the approach that you are going to take in order to effectively resolve their issues. I think that's something which I could add. Secondly, they also need to understand that it's the only approach that can result in understanding the key issues and also to find the best solutions to resolve them. So when you went to that slide one, I think that is the tone that we set when we start. It's important. And we need to make all issues clear why we are doing this in this way and how it is important that that approach be taken. And from that instance, they should know that you even know what you are doing. So if in the first instance also, you are not even showing confidence and knowledge and skills of what you want to do, coupled with the fact that you want to use them, you want to do things with them in order to come up with the answer, then they may not have trust in you. The first punch in the first instance that we meet, I think is very important. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. And the way we brand ourselves as consultants as well. If you are branding yourself as an expert consultant, you create that impression to say, I always come with solutions. How do I go into Coca-Cola with solutions? I don't work in Coca-Cola. Though I know Coca-Cola company, they know their own issues and they have their own answers in that organization. So if I am telling Coca-Cola that, you know what, I am the best consultant in the world and I have solutions to your problems, that's a lie that senior leaders need to appreciate and know that they have the answers themselves. So how do we get to the table with them and what type of conversations we peddle with them is quite fundamental. And it helps us to co-create sustainable interventions. And that understanding of they have their own solutions in their own system is something that we need to take care of. Nobani, Nube?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just wanted to highlight, it's not a question, but it's just, I'm just appreciating relating to, I'm just appreciating, sorry. I'm just appreciating the manner, the approach that we have highlighted, whereby we are consultants have to like not to slightly bend ourselves, not as experts, but as individuals that are getting into a company or assisting a company or an organization to see their possibilities, or to see possibilities of solutions to their problems. So in that aspect, in terms of co-creation, value co-creation and so forth, I believe it is of importance, and is it's somehow a line of work that our consultants, especially in Zimbabwe, haven't been using. So I think it's very enlightening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the issue of an expert, we are going to cover it again tomorrow with Madam Bontle, and understanding that we are experts. We are graduating with a strategy and innovation master's degree. You are an expert, but when we are interacting with clients, we tend to take 2 steps backwards and say we need to engage in good conversations with the client. I don't want my expertise to limit people's thinking. We have people like Dr. Makuku. She's known across Africa for quality assurance. And when she's then engaging with clients, they see Dr. Makuku as the expert in quality assurance. But now she will have to take a step back and say, I need to engage in good conversations and create that space for people to engage with me as equals, not as the expert in this particular field. And Bontle is going to touch on that as well tomorrow. I will take comment from Patrick and Fadzai. Then we'll have 10-minute break, and Mr. Paul will take over from there. Patrick.
Okay, Justin, let's pretend you're the vice president or president of a big company, and you are thinking, I want the expert to come in, solve this problem, take it away from my stress, so I'm not responsible. I have somebody to blame if it doesn't work. You know, all of that game people play because they're humans. Okay, so I'm sitting there listening to you, and that's great. And I give you an analogy. I said, okay, Mr. Justin, Dr. Justin, you want a new house, and you're going to have an expert come in to design that house and design that kitchen and design that bathroom and design those bedrooms and design those windows, and all you got to do is show up. And I would ask you, do you have a significant other? And you would say,
yes.
Yes. And what would that significant other think about this? That I'm designing your house, I'm designing her kitchen, I'm designing her bathroom. I'm the expert. What would she say?
In an African context, she would not accept. in an African context, she would want to have a say on the kitchen. Yes.
Yes, that's exactly right. Because she lives there. She has to use it. She knows the value. She wants input. She wants influence. She wants that kitchen to work for her or whoever works in the kitchen. So I usually give an analogy that I believe they can relate to. And we have a conversation about something outside of the workplace also that they can relate to. And there's an emotional aspect to it, such as a significant other. That could be a husband, significant other, or a female. Very short conversation, then the light bulb goes on. Yeah, I can see what you're saying about, involving others. Yeah, there are consequences and impacts. Yeah, I can see that. That would make a very pleasant experience for others if we just brought in the expert, designed the house, built it, and here's your new house. Well, what would that experience be like? So a lot of times that's what I do. It's very short, just a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. So we need a critical mass of consultants who agree to the model and start engaging with organizations and senior leaders along those lines. And like what Nube indicated there, in Zimbabwe, in Africa, most people view consultants as experts. And it has not taken us that far. It has just helped us to move from point A to point B. And I think we need to a different approach that is embedded in co-creation. Can we hear a lady's voice, Fadzai? Then we take a 10-minute break and then we'll proceed. Fadzai. Yes. Fadzai, are you there? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we proceed at 2:40 your time. 2:40 your time. And we'll have Mr. Paul Nyausaru taking us through generative dialogue and appreciative inquiry at 2:40 p.m. Thank you so much.
In Africa, my Africa, beautiful ray shining across the sky, light of the world, shine on our hearts and lives. Welcome the widow to rejoice and turn her sorrow into dance. Hey mama, hey mama. In Africa, my Africa, beautiful Africa, hey, my Africa, beautiful sun, making the world to see. Darkness is gone, letting our hearts break free. Watch little colored boys and girls shaking the shadows into dust. Hey mama, hey mama, hey mama. Hey mama, in Africa, my Africa, beautiful Africa, hey, my Africa, in Africa, my Africa, beautiful Africa, hey, my Africa. I speak of Africa as beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life and life so abundantly. In Africa, I speak of Africa as beautiful because of Jesus. He has given us life and life so abundantly.
Okay, Mr. Paul, if you can share your screen if you are ready there. Yes, Mr.
Yes, good afternoon, Doc.
Good, thank you.
Okay, can we start? Or?
Yes, we will be starting now. Mr. Paul, are you there?
Yes, Doc, I'm there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Josh.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Allow me to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Ponya Osaru. Let me just go through his profile in brief. Yeah, just a minute. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ponya Osaru, welcome to our consulting seminar. Thank you for gracing our event. We look forward to learn a lot from you. The panel participants, let me briefly go through his profile. Ponya Osaru is an HR practitioner with over 15 years in human resource management and learning and development. Currently, he is employed by the Zimbabwe School Examination Council, which is known as ZIMSEC, as a human resources manager. He had a stint with Zimbabwe Open University as the staff development and training head, and he helped set up the staff training function and introduced an internal training consultant, which made use of internal resources to develop, design, and facilitate training programs to mitigate against the unfavorable economic conditions that had resulted in the organization diverting the train budget to other line items. Paul is a fellow of the Institute of People Management of Zimbabwe, known as IPMZ, and he is the immediate vice president and membership of the education of IPMZ, and currently is the counselor of IPMZ and the committee member of the membership and education committee, having also been the Mashonaland branch chairperson. He is also the corporate governance expert, having been awarded a higher certificate in the corporate higher certification in the corporate governance by the Institute of Directors Zimbabwe, known as IODZ. He is a member of the Organizational Leadership and Development Network and currently pursuing his certification with organizational development. And Paul, he holds Masters in Business Intelligence from Chinhoyi University of Technology, Bachelor of Arts in English and Communications from Zimbabwe Open University. He's also holds a certificate in managing talent. He's also holds a strategic and human resource management certificate. There are a number of certifications that he holds. So we are going to learn from him. You can see from his history, he has set up a number of institutions and consultants, organizations from the organization where he had worked. So we are seeing a value that he has been creating. He's bringing a wealth of experience today, ladies and gentlemen. Help me to welcome him as he shares his topic. Paul Nyausaru, it's over to you. You can take us.
Thank you, Josh. And when you were going through my bio, I didn't know it was me. I thought it was something and someone else. Thank you very much for that. I'm here to learn from colleagues and also to enhance on what I'm getting from the network, and hope to have an enlightening conversation. Just let me know, colleagues, if you can see my screen that I've just shared.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to have a conversation with you, colleagues, on the topic facilitating inquiry and engagement and effective engagement in OD consulting. You'll find that my presentation will dovetail with Dr. Justin's presentation. Some issues that you found in Dr. Justin's presentation, you'll see them coming up again in this presentation. It shows the interrelatedness of this discipline of OD consulting. And just as it's been happening with Dr. Justin's presentation, this will be a conversation. I will be pausing at certain points and allowing us to reflect on what we will be talking about. So you find that my presentation will cover three broad areas. Facilitation in consulting is the first area that I'm going to cover. Then the second area is appreciative inquiry in consulting. You would like to understand the appreciative inquiry model. This model is not it is a relatively new concept this side of the world. Most consultants do not use this approach, and in OD consulting, it's a very critical consulting approach which we are going to discuss and see how we can adopt it and also how we can make use of it in consulting. We'll also then lastly look at the disruptive model here, which we have, which is called the share disruptive model. So these are the three broad areas that I'm going to cover. So we'll start with our first area, facilitation in consulting, and would like to consider some key considerations in facilitation, which an OD consultant has to look at or has to consider when facilitating a consulting engagement. One key consideration which came up in Dr. Justin's presentation was the need for us as consultants to use questions when we are engaging in consulting. Why? It is because in questions, this is where we get to have the key issues that we want to use in co-creating solutions with our clients. In asking questions, this is where we get meaning as to why certain things are happening in an organization, and then assist our clients in then coming up with solutions that are sustainable, that can take their organizations to a different level. So we find that it is very, very important from a consulting perspective to use questions to draw those salient issues that we want in terms of helping the client to come up with solutions. So without questions, we'll end up prescribing what the client has to do. So I've got a question here which I would like us colleagues to use in reflecting on this issue of the use of questions. What would you consider to be the purpose of questions in facilitation? What could be the purpose of, sorry for that. What could be the purpose for questions in facilitation? Maybe if I can ask one of my colleagues, the Bontle, if you're still in, maybe just to share why questions in consulting. Not sure if Bontle is in.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Paul. Oh, yes. We are asking why questions in consulting. We're asking why questions in consulting so that you understand the client. You are trying to create a safe space for understanding, a safe space for the conversation. So by asking those questions, you are trying to get an idea of, where the client is, who is the client, and the client also is going to learn a bit of how or maybe what you are going to be doing together.
Thank you. So you find, yes, Bonte can go ahead. Okay, thank you. So you find that colleagues, questions will help us get a clear understanding of where the client is and where the client wants to go. And without questions, we are not able to really know the issues that we are supposed to be dealing with in terms of consulting. So we're really.
I'll stop you there. There was a hand up from Tendai.
Okay, sorry, Tendai, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to say by asking question, you know where to start from, because you have more information about the problem in the problem that needs to be resolved. So questions helps to probe more so that you get more information. You also get clarity on the issues that needs to be dealt with. So without asking questions, you may work on wrong assumptions. So questions helps you to bridge the gap between your own assumptions and expectations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tendai. That's very true. So questions are key in facilitation. So
there's another hand up, Patrick.
Yes, Mr. Patrick, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Just to add a small point to what was stated, questions evoke curiosity and exploration that can manifest new thoughts and perceptions and thus shift mindsets to see things differently and thus create something differently. Just something to add there. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, so questions should spark curiosity so that at least we can move from point A to point B in terms of what we want to achieve as both parties, the consultant and the client. So let's move on to our, sorry. Yes, our next consideration that we want to be thinking about when we are facilitating and consulting is the use of stories. I think this came up again in the previous presentation, and stories are quite important when we are facilitating a consulting engagement. Why? You find that the life of an organization is usually expressed through the stories which people who are within the organization tell. This could be their own personal stories about the journey which they have taken with the company or with the organization, if they've been in that organization for a long time. It could be a general story about the organization itself, how it has been transforming over the years, or stories about similar organizations that this client would like to emulate or where they would want to go. So such stories are very, very important in helping the client understand themselves or understand where they want to go. So the use of stories will evoke meaning, will actually ensure that the client or everyone involved is quite aware of the state of the organization and where it wants to go. So you find that in most organizations, they actually have sessions where they generally are telling stories about themselves, about the organization, about their competitors. And this helps to position the organization in terms of where they want to go. So as a consultant, when you get into a client system, it will also be very, very important for us to use stories in order for us to understand the organization and to understand the individuals making up that organization, so that at least the co-creation is positive and also the co-creation brings up a sustainable future for the organization. Then if I were to ask you colleagues, the kind of stories, what kind of stories can be shared in a business setup that may evoke hope? What kind of stories? Or maybe you can have experiences of storytelling in organizations, or from what we've just discussed, what kind of stories can be shared, which are quite important to really help in the consulting engagement? What kind of stories can we think about?
I've asked Tatenda Murasiranwa, any insights?
Yes. Tatenda, you can go ahead.
Oh yes, thank you so much.
I think there are a lot of stories which can be shared in organizations to evoke hope, and these stories should be success stories, previous success stories from past endeavors within organizations. So even stories on these stories can be told at individual level. They can be told at departmental level, or they can be told about the entire organization. And these should be stories of success to evoke hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tachenda. Yes, that's very true. Yes, Dr. Makuku.
Yes, I wanted to say also that we need to tell stories, but the stories that we tell should maybe encompass a number of things. The story can talk about maybe an illustration on how certain approaches work best or worked for some people, the opening up. Remember when Dr. Justin was presenting, there was a question on what if a client thinks that I don't know and what. So I think we can link up those areas. We know the critical areas which are difficult to make a breakthrough in the process of consulting. So I think we can create certain stories around those areas to prepare the client that we need to be open, we need to involve anybody, we need to be encompassing stories which bring about the values of OD. There are many which we can tell and use them also. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Yes, it's really very, very important. It's important for us to look at the stories that we're going to use, whether they're going to use it to result in positive impact. In some cases, as a facilitator, you can also tell your own story that you know is going to cover a certain area that you want to clarify, or that you want to put across to the client system, so that at least you help them to think and also to come up with certain solutions. Thank you very much. Dr. Justin.
Yes, just a thought that came as a result of what Dr. Makuku said on stories that illustrate the success of an organization and what we are trying to achieve. I'm thinking, at what stage do we need to then create those stories? And who then creates the stories? It's a process on its own of then creating the success stories and stories that speaks into what the organization is trying to achieve. So as we have indicated, the consultant can share their own stories, and then we need the people in the client system to share their own stories. So there's a lot of preparatory work that will be required there to ensure that the stories really speak into the client system and people appreciate those stories.
True, Doc. Thank you very much for raising that a very important point. So let's move on to our next consideration, intentionality. Here we are talking about creating a vision. When we are consulting, or when we are facilitating our consulting engagement, it is very, very important to help our client system create a vision through intentionality. So you find that willpower might not be the only driving force, but we need to assist our client system to work towards having the visions and images of the future that they desire. So you'd want to use imageries, and also those imageries that project the world that the client would love to see, and which will trigger them to redesign and sort of reconstruct whatever they are doing and come up with a future that they desire. So you find that in this instance, as a consultant, you are trying to come up with ways of making the client system think the future. Yes, they're at a certain point, but what is it that they desire to see? And it then comes the issue of questions that we discussed as our first consideration will come in. The questions that we ask our client around where they are and where they desire to be is what is very, very important. What do they intend to do to get to that particular position? So the issue of coming up with a vision, dreaming about where they would want to be, and using questions to try and draw a conclusion as to where they want to be is one key issue that we might need to use when we are facilitating in a consulting engagement. But now the question that will come is, how can this be applied in OD consulting? How can we apply that in OD consulting? Trying to help our clients to create a vision of what they intend to have in the future, their desired future, and also helping them see how they can get to that desired future. How can this be applied in OD consulting?
I've asked Fadzai or Forward to unmute themselves. Fadzai or Forward?
Oh, yes, Fadzai. What are your thoughts around that?
Fadzai, Forward or
maybe
Bonai?
we'll come back to you. Then Forward appears not to have its audio on. Maybe you could hear from Tendai. What could be your thoughts around helping clients to have a vision of their desired future?
I think it becomes critical because if you then assist them or trying to work with them, they then see the importance and they also feel as part of the process, such that come implementation time, they do have a good buy-in. Because I think in any activity that we need to do, at the end, we should ensure that we do have buy-in and they are also be able to follow through the processes and check and makes checks and balances to check where they are diverting from the course that they are supposed to be taking. Thank you.
Thank you, Tendai. You bring in an interesting concept there, buy-in. Buy-in, when you're talking of buy-in, I thought of another concept of ownership. What would you go for here, buy-in or ownership, in terms of the vision which the organization so desires? What do you think would be the best? Buy-in and ownership.
I think it starts from buy-in, but at the end, ownership is the end result.
Thank you so much. So you find that in OD, we'll strive by all means to ensure that we have ownership of whatever solutions the client comes up with. And you find that this can only happen through involvement of all stakeholders to the lowest in the organization. So it's very easy, isn't it, to push an agenda when everyone owns it. So our ultimate goal should be ownership, so that everyone takes whatever solutions come up as their own personal. They are then able to put their weight and energy behind it. So it is very, very important to think along those lines. Then we'll move on to our next consideration, systemic work. In systemic work, we are looking at a situation where we want to assist our clients when we facilitate a consulting engagement. We want to assist them to view whatever solutions that we are working at by engaging every part of the organization. If you look at that illustration there, that tree which we have there is a product of all those different parts. Without all those different parts, we might not have a tree. So without the different parts that we have that make up the organization, we might not have an organization. And also without taking the views of each and every part of the organization, we may also fail to achieve our objective of coming up with sustainable solutions. So you find that we might really need to be using representatives who represent all the elements or all the levels in the organizations and try to tap into their wisdom and make sure that the solutions that we come with are a product of the different levels in the organization. I always say in an organization, everyone at every level is a CEO in their own right. Take, for instance, you have got a grounds person. Yes, they are a ground person at our workplace. But have you seen them when they are running their own household, their own family? Some might have children who are at university. You never hear that they have not paid their fees. You never hear that their family is gone to sleep on an empty stomach. It means they are managing, they're actually CEOs managing their own families. So in this consideration, we are saying, why not involve even that grounds person in key issues that have to do with the future of the organization? Why don't we tap into that knowledge and wisdom that they use when they are running their own families? So that's the philosophy here. But you find that in most consulting projects where strategic planning sessions are taking place, it is only the key people, maybe the senior management, a few middle managers, they are the ones who go out there to strategize for the whole organization. And you find that they will struggle to come up with solutions, but maybe that solution could be lying in that ground person, in the way they run their own family. So systemic work is very, very important when we look at that analogy of that tree, that each and every part of the organization is very important, regardless of where they are in the organization. So this is a key consideration that OD consulting takes into account, and it really sets them apart from other types of consulting. So it's quite exciting and quite interesting, isn't it? So that's all about our key considerations in consulting. And now we just want to take a few minutes to look at some facilitation principles that we might need to take into account in our consulting engagements. We'll just look at 4, even though there are many which we can talk about. But in this presentation, I'm just going to focus on 4. And the first one is as we do our facilitation, we need to ensure that we maintain neutrality. I think some key points came also in the last presentation, where it was highlighted that we might not need to take sides. We might not need to get into a client system and show where we stand. But when we get in there, yes, we are experts in our own right. But what is important is we want to take a step or two back, isn't it? We want to be neutral. And it is said that we need to be intentional about the desired outcome and purpose of our consulting engagement. We want to be clear about the guiding questions, the questions that we use in trying to come up with solutions, but we remain neutral about the content. Yes, yeah, the guiding questions, but about what then comes out of that, we want to remain neutral and give an opportunity to all involved in the conversation to give their ideas and to give their own solutions. So by so doing, we are leading from behind. We are putting everyone ahead and allowing them to think and allowing them to come up with solutions. Yet we are behind and we are just guiding, or we are just interrogating and making sure that solutions come from the real owners of the problems. You find that in most cases, you get into an organization, they've got their own problems, yes. But what is interesting is they've got the solutions. And in most cases, someone or some people have got solutions, the people that are in the organization. But it is only that they don't respect their own, isn't it? Even Jesus said, when you are in your own home area, you are not valued, because they always say, oh, this is the son of so and so. So they don't listen to you. So when we come in as OD consultants, we're just coming in there to be a neutral person who is listening to both parties and just triggering those who have got solutions to bring them on the table. So when we remain neutral and lead from behind, you see that we'll be successful in OD consulting. So that's our principle number one. And our principle number two is standing the storm. We want to create space for new insights from the team. And doing so requires new thinking. So at times you find that our job is to always be welcoming new thinking from among those who are in the conversation. But at times it will be stormy. And when it is stormy, this is where we are saying is, OD consultants, we want to stand firm in that storm by welcoming different points of view and perspectives without taking sides. So our role there is just to trigger the conversation, to trigger that the members of the client system are free to come up with new thinking. And when new thinking comes, it's just in us that when someone brings in a new idea, there's always a violent reaction to that. Because you find you've got different people in the organization who have been doing things in a certain way and they are not willing to change. But there we are as OD consultants. We want to trigger that new thinking comes out. And when it becomes a bit stormy, we stand firm and we welcome different points of view and also new thinking without even taking sides. At the end of the day, we are going to have those major areas where the organization feels this can take them to the next level, remaining on the table. So maybe if I can just pause and we reflect, what has been our experience? We know some of us, yes, we might be students for now, some may not be students, but we've been involved in these conversations around strategy, around change initiatives. What has been your experience in terms of these principles that I've just shared with you, the two that I've shared with you for now? What has been your experience?
Yes, I've asked Onai, Dube, or Penlop to speak. You can go ahead after Dr. Violet.
Okay, Dr. Violet.
No, I think we can give others an opportunity, then I come on board if there are others who already wanted to speak.
Okay.
Penlop or Onai?
Okay, if not, let me just come in with the issue of the storm. Yes, I think we have had a lot of experiences whereby if somebody is bringing in an idea, this idea will sort of take away privileges from some people. You face a lot of resistance. And I think even in let me give a practical example. I went to one university where I was doing an institutional evaluation. And then the owner of the university did not have a PhD. And then she was called a vice chancellor. And then I said to her, one of the challenges that you also have, despite the fact that this is your university, it's your title. You know, sometimes the titles may go on also with additional knowledge and skills. But that title also means a lot, particularly if we are in academia, if you get it honestly and work for it. So what she said is, no, because now I was suggesting, why don't you hire somebody to be a vice chancellor for you, who is a good professor with a good track record? Because I had already picked the issues when we had the initial meeting. So she was really resistant and adamant, but I told her, frankly speaking, that if you could hire somebody who has been a former vice chancellor of repute and a professor, it would change the face of the institution. And so she was even giving now examples of other vice chancellors who did not have PhDs. And I said, two wrongs will not make a good. Just do the correct and positive steps for yourself. And then you should go for a PhD. Because in that university, there was no research going on as well. And what kind of a university is that which does not create new knowledge? So I don't know if she's still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. So you stood in the storm. That's one good, that is interesting. Yes. So yeah, it's a very, very good point that we need to consider as OD consultants. Stand in the storm. And when it becomes stormy, we remain resolute, and also we welcome new ideas and assist our clients. Then the next principle that we want to discuss is honoring the wisdom of the group. And key to that is trust. We need to trust that the team has the wisdom and everything that it needs to solve their own problems creatively and innovatively. We raised this issue just before when we were saying the client has got their own solutions. They've got their own wisdom. all they need is someone to facilitate them, to make sure that they work on that, on what they have. They've got the creativity, the innovation is there. But what is lacking is that spark that comes from an OG consultant. So once the client realizes that we value that they've got something that they know, they've got the wisdom to solve the problems that they have, then they are able to listen to us. They are able to listen to our facilitation. And when we take our role in that direction, we are bound to succeed. So when we trust in teams' collective wisdom, there's a sense of inclusiveness, which is very, very important. And there's less need for control of what people say. So what we really need is to include everyone, and trust will bring everyone together on the table and make sure that they honor the wisdom, we are honoring the wisdom that they have, and we are ready to take them to the next level, to assist them to get to that point where they want to get to. So it's one principle that we want to be paying attention to as OG consultants. Remember, we said we are not experts, but we are getting in there as experts, yes, in our own right, but also showing the client that we also want to learn about the system. We want to tap into their wisdom and help them to move to that next level. And lastly, on our principles, we want to look at being future focused. If we want to get the most of our consulting engagement, we want to come up with a plan that includes questions which are designed to prompt our team to think about their future. So if we as consultants get into a client system and we are future focused, it will be easy then for us to help our clients to be future focused as well. So as you can see from this on the slide, it is very, very important for us to have a plan in place when we get into a client system. It doesn't just come when we are in there. We want to come up with a plan as to how we can help our client to be future focused. Are we ourselves as consultants future focused? Then once we answer those questions, we are then better able to assist the client, which is very, very important. Now I would like to move on to the model that we would like to embrace as OG consultants, the Appreciative Inquiry model as an OG consulting model. We're just going to go through the slides which are going to help us have an understanding of this model. And we can further engage on this model in our future discussions, which we are going to be setting up with the university. But before we get into the main issues regarding appreciative inquiry, may I ask how many of us in the audience have an idea of what appreciative inquiry is all about? Maybe you can just respond by maybe just typing a yes in the chat box. How many of us have an idea of appreciative inquiry? You can just type a yes or a no in the chat box. Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you very much. I will try this afternoon just to give you an idea of what it is and how it can assist us in OJ consulting. I realized that most of us are not aware of this very exciting consulting model. But to begin with, we just want to have just a brief history of appreciative inquiry. The proponent of appreciative inquiry is David Copperrider. He is considered to be the pioneer of this OG consulting model. He developed it and he popularized it. I think in the 80s it was popularized, and in most areas, countries up there, they actually use appreciative inquiry in their consulting engagements. So Copperrider in this mentor, Sure, came up with this exciting model, which we would like to explore for now. But as we look at the history of appreciative inquiry, we can never conclude it without looking at the environment which was there in the 19th century in terms of management of people, the scientific management, which is a school of thought which came to prominence in the late 19th century, and Frederick Taylor is the proponent of that school of thought. What did it entail? Its goal was just to boost the efficiency of workflows by looking at them analytically and eliminating waste. You look at this statement, you find that there is no way where they are talking about the people factor. The focus was on workflows, was on eliminating waste. How efficient are the machines working? How efficient are we in meeting our targets? But there was no focus on the people. So Frederick Taylor's inspiration was just to apply these rigorous scientific techniques in trying just to improve how people work through timing them, simplifying systems, standardizing tasks. But in terms of whether the human being existed for the organization or it was the organization existing for the human being, you see, the focus was on the systems, the machinery, how efficient are we, and not about how the person who was using the machines was looked after. So it was really centered on the systems and not the human being. And this style of management really is a style of management which was not people focused. If I may ask, as we reflect, do you have any experience regarding this style of management? Do you have an experience of its use somewhere in some organizations? Do we still have organizations that are still so focused on the systems, on the processes, on the machines, more than they are focused on the people?
Yes, Patrick is there, and I've asked Liza as well after Patrick.
Okay, Mr. Patrick.
Yes, I grew up as a general laborer in factories, mines, car factories, and I was just an extension of the assembly line. They didn't care about people, they just cared about getting that motor out or that car off the line. Looked at people were punished for bad work. I can give you a real extreme example. A guy went crazy on the assembly line, stick the dipstick, oil dipstick up his throat, bleeding all over the place. He ran out of the factory. The security didn't stop him, and they didn't stop the line. And they found him dead in his bed at home, bleeding to death, bled to death. I've worked in steel forging plants. I've seen melting steel fall on people, never stop the work. And I just have a lot of, but I learned about management and organizations and working with those type of environments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. And is it Liza? Okay, no, that's fine. So this is the kind of management that was there during that time. And you can realize that the focus really was not on the people factor. And we're looking here, you see, there was no appreciation on the part of the people, but the appreciation was on the part of the machinery, on the part of the systems and the controls. But here we are, we're talking now of appreciative inquiry, which we would like to describe. And after describing it, we then look at some of its elements in the 4D model, which is going to assist us to understand this model and how we can use it in OT consulting. So I just have these two definitions, which I'm sure can summarize what it is. The first one says appreciative inquiry is collaborative, strengths-based approach to change in organizations and other human systems. Keywords there, strength-based, or key statement is strengths-based approach. So appreciative inquiry focuses on the strengths of the organization. It focuses on the strengths of the people in driving sustainable change. And another definition from positivepsychology.com says appreciative inquiry is a way to engage groups of people in self-determined change. It focuses on what's working rather than what's not working and leads people to co-designing their future. Key phrases there, focusing on what's working rather than what's not working. And at the end of the day, leading people to co-design the future that they want, or say helping people to co-create their own future. So in summary, this is appreciative inquiry. Whatever we are going to be talking about, you'll see that it is going to fit in those few statements. Strengths-based approach, focusing on what's working rather than what's not working, and helping clients to co-create their own future. So now let us just look at some few issues regarding appreciative inquiry. You find that appreciative inquiry can be used not by organizations only, but it can also be used by individuals and even by teams. It can be used at, even at societal level. And in each of those cases, the focus is on helping people to move towards a shared vision for the future. And this is only done through engagement, engaging others who are within the organization in strategic innovation. So as you can see, at personal level, at my level as Paul, I can use appreciative inquiry, focusing on what is working in my life rather than what is not working. If I focus on what I am doing best rather than what I'm failing to do best, it will help me to look at my future as a bright future. But if I decide to be focusing on what is not working in my life, all it does is to demoralize me and maybe resulting in me being diagnosed with high blood pressure or other diseases. So appreciative inquiry will work from the level where I am going to the outer world where we are having the entire organization. So that's appreciative inquiry. So just reflecting here, what other ways would you think that appreciative inquiry would work in an individual or at you at an individual level? How can appreciative inquiry, from what we have discussed so far, how can it work from you as an individual? What do you think? Anyone to share their thoughts around that?
So I've asked Mr. Obet Chahele, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Mr. Obet.
Yes, Mr. Obet or Fazai. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm still following. So
No, that's fine.
yeah, I will respond later.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Obet.
Tatenda is ready. Tatenda, your hand is up.
Yes, Tatenda.
Oh yes, I think it will assist you at an individual level in number one, resource allocation, because you will be allocating your resources to what is working in your life. In number two, in focusing your energies and your efforts towards what is working.
Thank you, Tatenda. Very key points there. Focus and focusing on the positive. Thank you very much.
I think Bontre wanted to say something, if I'm not mistaken. Bontre.
Yes, you can go ahead, Bontre.
Yes, we have Bontre, we have Mr. Josh, and Dr. Moore. Yes, Bontre, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, like I don't know whether it was Tatenda who just commented. At individual level, appreciative inquiry is good because it is going to assist with the reinforcement of positive change. So when you have those reflections, you become very innovative and you become very dynamic, because now you are shifting your focus to what is going to work rather than what is going to keep you stagnant. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Bontle. Maybe Mr. Josh.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that the appreciative inquiry, I can use it as an individual, starting from what I have as an individual, because we are saying it focuses on what's working. So what's working for me are my capabilities, are my skills or knowledge that I have. So it starts from my strength as an individual, where I'm just using using myself as an asset in the consultant field. Use the ability to put knowledge into good use, the ability to make a transformational impact using the skills that I have. Therefore, with what I have, I then be able to determine my future, my vision, which is the description of the future that I want. And that informs the execution strategy, which I'm going to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joss. Quite valid points there. Dr. Mo.
Thank you. Mine is just a comment that the issue of being positive is a very strong determinant of whatever we will be able to do. So staying positive gives you the energy and encourages you. I always, there is this thing that my friend always referred to, say, there is something good in everything. In it, I always see the aspect of staying positive, even at a personal level, finding something positive in every situation. I think it helps a lot. And with regards to innovation, I think it becomes the starting point for things like value innovation, where you are really looking into how to redesign the organization, how to improve your processes. If you are given another chance to redo it, you have to start from what you have, what you are doing best at. So being positive, those positives then becomes your strength, it becomes your tools, it becomes your capabilities to redesign the way you do things. So yeah, it's a very important concept that we always need to engage in, to always stay in that positive mood and ignore the negativities, because they take away all the energy from us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Very
I'll just
key
quickly
points
comment
there.
as well.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah, I think Zimbabwe currently has a lot of mental health cases. As I was reading the newspaper, the government is struggling with mental health issues, which speaks into what people are going through and where their focus and energies are, because people are focused on the problem, on the issues, and not on the positive. So when we then support them with that positive mindset that Doc has indicated there, it changes the direction of the curve. When people have that positive mindset. I have family members who I had conversations with, and you'd realize that it's a serious matter of mental health issues, where people have just given up on their life as if nothing is happening. And having then a conversation that sparks that positive mode, and they start channeling their energies on what's working and what they can do better, is the foundation of innovation and creativity, because we stimulate those enduring capabilities that supports innovation and creativity. So it's something that we need to think through as we engage with people as well, and encourage them on positive thinking and how they can leverage on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. Very key points there. Most of these mental health issues could be resolved by, just being positive, using a appreciative inquiry at individual level. The solution can come in that respect. So now we just want to look at, quickly go through our key concepts in appreciative inquiry. We find that the fundamental idea in appreciative inquiry is that it has over time become increasingly common that in most organizations, when they look at growth and change, they look at it from a problem-solving perspective. They are looking at the problem, and they want to look at how they are going to solve that problem. Yet you find that in the appreciative inquiry, the argument is that we don't need to overemphasize on fixing what is wrong. But this is what is happening now in most organizations. They are always fixing that which is wrong. They wait for something to be wrong or not to be in a good position, they are fixing. So they are always looking at the problems and how these are going to be resolved. And in AI, this is what is then referred to as deficit-based approach, where you are looking at issues from a problem fixing, or from a situation where you always want to look at what is wrong, and you are then concentrating on fixing what is wrong. Yet you find that on the other side of it, through appreciative inquiry, you want to look at issues from a strengths-based perspective, where we are looking at your organization and you are saying, where does our strength lie? Where are we very strong? What is it that we are doing very well? What is it that we can appreciate and say, as an organization, we have done well, despite the many challenges that would be affecting the organization. So focusing on those positives, on those things that you are doing well, will then put the organization at a point where they have a positive mind and they have a bright future. And this is what we then term strengths-based or affirmative approach. Remember, in our definition of appreciative inquiry, we indicated that it is a strength-based approach, meaning that it focuses on what is going on well and not at the problems that need to be fixed. So as OD consultants, we are now there to be assisting our clients to shift their mindset from identifying problems and spending much time in trying to find solutions of how to solve those problems. But we need to assist them to say, yes, we've got these challenges, but we can solve these challenges by being positive, by looking at what we are doing best and creating a bright future about the organization. And then starting from that point, going forward. So the aspect of being positive then comes in, like what Dr. Moore has just said regarding the importance of being positive. Looking at what is it that is working, focusing on that, it is going to solve all the problems of the non-working items that are behind. So we need to use this affirmative approach or this strength-based approach in creating the future that we desire. So what this strength-based or affirmative approach assumes is that each human system has got a positive core of strengths. We might have our many problems that worry us, that might result in us having mental issues. But out of all those many negative things, we might have one or two positive strengths where we can build on and shift our mindset and create a brighter future. So in appreciative inquiry, when we are using it in consulting, the focus is in helping our client system get to identify those positive things that are within the organization and focus on that. So we find that we need a series of questions that we would like to prepare, appreciative inquiry questions, that will draw that into our client and then help them to realize that this is where a positive solution will come from.
I saw Patrick's hand.
Yes.
Patrick had their hand up. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Patrick, you can go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. I'm unmuted. Just want to explore something because I've been asked a lot of time to come in because morale is so bad, what's called a poisoned work environment, to the extent of learned helplessness, which is a very deep dynamic in the human dynamic. How does AI, if they can't talk about the work environment being so bad, how does AI help that situation? And just to explore that, because it's so, I can see individuals in some groups going, yeah, let's focus on our strengths. But even what they can do there is actually inhibited by policies, management practices, morale, history, lack of information in order to do things, restrictions, all of those things that create a negative work environment. As Lewin said, the father of OD, performance and work climate is a function of both the person and the environment. So if the environment's so along the continuum so to an extreme of learned helplessness. How can one use AI in that scenario? Just to explore. I'm not looking for the definite answer, but any thoughts? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. Yes, I'm sure, like we're saying, appreciative inquiry works at all levels, starts with individual level before it gets to the organizational level. So this is my thinking, that the process should then start from the individual.
At what level?
Yes, at the individual level.
No, at the level of the organization.
Yes, it's a different people in the organization. Maybe if I were to get in as a audit consultant, I would first of all try to help the different members in the organizations at individual level, just to look at, out of that system, is there even something that is very small that is positive that they can point to? If it is then the whole organization, yes, sort of a toxic organization. But I'm sure in such an organization, there might be those little bits of things that can be a bit positive. That as different entities, they can build up to say, okay, in such a situation, what is it that we can really focus on in terms of occupying our minds? Once they identify that, it will then be easier for them, maybe as a group, to identify what is positive in the processes, in the systems, in the policies, where they can build on and say, from these positives that we have, but this is what we want in terms of our organization. How can we build on that? And gradually, the negatives get eliminated. As an organization, they are now focusing on those positives that are coming out from the little policies, the structures, and whatever makes up the whole organization. So I'm sure, well, my thinking, it could start from the individual, the different individuals, before it builds up to the organization. An analysis of, yes, it's toxic, but is it toxic to the point that there's nothing that is working? The answer might be, but there are other bits that are working. Then why not build on what is working and look at the positives and look ahead?
I see. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I would add that to that as well and say, in toxic organizations, there's something that draws people to be there. Yes, it's a toxic organization, but we are coming there every day. So it means there is something that is really drawing people that is positive. And we need to start by appreciating that and say, even though this environment is toxic, at least people have some safe spaces. They can come and talk to each other about how toxic this environment, and it relieves their stress. They are not quitting the job outright.
Yes.
They are continuing to be part of this organization. If we start appreciating those things that are drawing people in spite of the toxicity in the organization, it amplifies how toxic this organization is, because we start looking at this issue from a different viewpoint. This is a bad environment, but in this toxic environment, people are coming and they are still working. So we need to act differently, and we start modeling a new way of doing things.
Understood. Am I still muted? Yes. In my experience, it's going and working with the people that have the greatest influence in the organization, because everybody has a sphere of influence to a degree. And there are always those things that they can contribute and explore how to expand their influence as well as their positive experiences, which is great. It's interesting to also work with senior management with AI. So they start doing the same thing, and they take a viewpoint of the whole organization. So sometimes it's worthwhile to really begin at the top with AI. So they start looking at and expanding what's really working here. How do we create something, get away from problem solving, but what do we create in order to expand those positive things that we experience? And that creates an umbrella and a different culture around an organization. So they have that influence to start that on a larger scale. I guess that's my experience. And then people have different experiences, and then they feel a greater space to use AI to look at what's positive, but now they have more influence and their scope changes, and that goes towards co-creation, self-organization. But I think it's really critical to work with the people with the greatest influences also, to explore AI, see the value of it, and give them a different experience through an AI approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick, for that contribution. So we're talking about the core of strengths of AI, and one of it is the values, the beliefs, and the capabilities which the organization can look at, especially when it is at its best. So in other words, an organization must look at itself, its values, beliefs, and capabilities at that point when it will be at its best, and leverage on that. So that will help them to at least build on a positive note. And the other strength is that of collective understanding by those involved in the conversation around what makes up the best of us. What is it that makes the best of us is what we focus on. And as a collective body, to focus our energies on that, it means we are positive about where we are going as an organization. Let me quickly go through, in the interest of our time, some principles of appreciative inquiry. We're going to look at about 5 of those, but I'm going to rush through them. As we'll get the presentation, we'll get to appreciate. The first principle of appreciative inquiry is the constructionist principle.
Sorry, sir, Nyausaru, may we please go back to the previous slide? Sorry to take you back.
No, that's fine, Doc, no problem. This one or the other one?
Maybe, I think it's this one.
Okay, this one, which is okay, which is summarizing our principles, yes.
Yeah, I'm okay now.
Okay, thanks, Doc. All right, our principle number 1 is the constructionist principle, which entails that that which we believe to be real in the world is created through our social discourse, through our conversations that we have each day with our colleagues or with each other. That will lead to some sort of an agreement about how we see the world and how we behave, and also to accept a reality as it is. So we really construct the future that we want, the world that we want, and we can only do that through the interactions and the deliberations that we do with each other. And that will help us to create or to come up with a vision of that world that we want. If it is in an organization, It helps us to create the future that we want for our organization. So we construct together the world that we want for the future. Then our next principle is this simultaneity principle. This refers to the questions that we ask. So usually the first question that we ask is faithful in that usually we always turn our energy towards that person.
Hello?
So, hello,
Yes.
Doc.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So the first question that we usually ask will determine the direction that we are going to take and to determine where we are going to exert most of our energy. If it is a negative question, it means everything that we see from there is negative. If it is a positive question, it will then breed that hope and brighter future in everything that we do. So it is very, very important then to realize the questions that the first question that we ask when we are engaging or when we are looking at, especially when we want to create the co-create the future that we want to ask the right question first. A positive question will then result in us exerting our energies towards a positive direction. And our next principle is the poetic principle. This one now refers to the stories. Coming back to the stories that we looked at in our previous segment of this presentation and also in Dr. Justin's presentation. So we need to recognize that stories can be told about any aspect of an organization's existence. We want to use stories to try and come up with positive things out of what we want about the future of our organization. So as we think, as we deliberate, the stories that we use, the stories that we share as we co-create our future must be stories that will result in us creating a brighter future. So we need to be thinking about the kind of stories that we share as an organization. We also have the anticipatory principle. Here we are looking at behavior and decisions about the actions that we take, that is based not only on what we were born with or learned from our environment, but it also is also based on what we anticipate, what we think, what we imagine is going to happen in the future. So as we go through the appreciative inquiry process, we want to be anticipating, we want to trigger our anticipation about what we want in the future, what we are looking for in the future, and what we want to design as a future for ourselves or for the organization. And our next principle has to do about being positive. Being positive in anything that we do will help us also in coming up with solutions that will assist the organization in charting the best way forward. So we want to embed a positive approach in any issue that we discuss, in anything that we are putting on the table in terms of designing the future that, that we are looking forward to. Now, let me quickly now go through the 4D model of appreciative inquiry. And this 4D model refers to just a visual representation of the 4 steps of appreciative inquiry. It has got 4 stages: the discovery stage, the dream stage, the design stage, and the delivery stage. And I'm quickly going to go through each of those steps of the 4D model. In the discovery stage, what we are focusing on is just searching for and identifying what gives the organization life. So we are saying we are asking questions that can help us search for those things that are giving life to the organization, the positive things that are giving life to an organization, and we put them down. So we come up with a template which we're going to be putting in these issues, these things that we are discovering, these things that we want, these things that we have identified as giving life to the organization. Then from there, we move on to our dream stage, where now we are trying to imagine the potential positive futures for the organization. From what would have come up in our discovery stage, we are now creating or forming or visualizing or looking at the potential future that we want for our organization. And from that stage, we then move on to the design stage, taking into account what we have got from the previous two stages. We use that information now in the design stage, where now as a group, we are co-creating. We continue to co-create anyway. The co-creation has started in our previous stage, and now we continue co-creating by focusing and debating and discussing on the possibilities that we would have generated. So the possibilities that we have thought about our organization, where we want it to go positively, we are now discussing, we are now debating, so that we synthesize and come with those that are best, that can work best for our organization. Then after the design stage, we'll now come to our final stage, which is the destiny. Now this will be our final phase, where we are now constructing the future that we want through innovation and action. We are now putting into action. We are now putting up everything that we've got from the previous steps and seeing how they can help us create a future which can then help us have a brighter prospects for our organization. If I can quickly, we can quickly reflect here, colleagues. I want us to compare with our strategic planning sessions. Which stage of the AI model do most strategic planning sessions dwell on when coming up with the strategic plan? Which stage of the AI do most strategic planning sessions focus on? From these four stages that we have just looked at here. The last one is the destiny. We had our design stage there. We had our dream stage. And we had our discovery stage. Where usually is most of the energy focused on? Maybe if I could ask, yes.
I've asked Joel Mupidigwi to unmute.
Okay.
Joel
Yes,
Mupidigwi
Joel.
and Kudzaidzi Ezeki.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think there's a focus in the first stage. We were looking at the problem, and then we jump straight to the destiny, and then we skip co-creation and design. So I think it's just finding out the problem, and then we jump straight to trying to set up the destiny without really involving the part of the firm in co-creation. So I think those are the two ways we usually dwell on.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you for that observation. Yes, Joel.
I have a question. Yes,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, my internet.
Yes, you can go ahead, Joel. Okay, maybe we can come back to you, Doc. Later on, I think the internet is not doing well for you. Any other comment? Maybe I could ask Dr. Justin, maybe briefly. What has been your experience?
I've also asked Ngosikona and Mobani. We did not hear you since we started.
Okay.
Ngosikona and Mobani and Kudzai, we have not heard from you since we started.
Oh, yes. And one of them can unmute and contribute.
Yes, I think we will not get them. I see a lot of.
Maybe
yes, go ahead. Yes, Ndongo.
Yes. Thanks, Doc. I've been following the conversation. I don't know which part to contribute to, but maybe what I can specify is I'm interested in the way in which we are approaching challenges that some organizations are facing. What we have seen in industry is that we lack the innovative approaches. You look at issues like culture, which you spoke to say how do you establish a performance culture in an organization, and also how do you move just from word to innovation and creativity that produces results. I think for me, what is also key is for institutions of learning, just in terms of, I like what it is doing, but just in terms of looking at the person that is going into industry or into these spaces as we are doing consultants, to say what kind of person is relevant, is fit for purpose in terms of the challenges that are facing the world today. I think that would be my contribution.
Thank you, Kosi. Yes, so you see that the OD approach defines the person that can be the best person to get into an organization and help in identifying solutions, problems and solutions. So you find that these approaches that we are discussing appear to be the best, isn't it? Accepting that when you get into a client system, they know better than myself who is coming in there, who has never been in the client system, and I'm just in there to facilitate that the different parties find solutions to their problems. And appreciative inquiry is one such tool which we are discussing.
And I would add from an institutional perspective with regards to the activities that HIT is putting in place in defining the consultants that are coming out of Harare Institute of Technology with that focus on innovation and creativity, and actually then demonstrating the impact that those who are engaging with industry are actually making. And then it takes us through all the 4 stages of the Appreciative Inquiry framework with regards to the alumni and with regards to the current students, and say, what type of consultant do we want to come out of the Harare Institute of Technology? And how are we going to position those consultants out there? It's no longer an independent exercise where Mr. Obet is marketing himself as a consultant out there, and we have Forward marketing himself as a consultant out there, and at times we have conflicting views. But can we create a model, a Harare Institute of Technology model, based on these 4D cycle, and say, this is the consultant that we want to see, and these are the activities that we are going to put in place in positioning the Harare Institute of Technology consultants and reaching out to organizations. In doing so, we close the theory-practice gap where universities are seen as providing knowledge And in most instances, the knowledge is not relevant to industry. So let's start from the discovery stage as strategy and innovation consultants and develop or design a framework for Harare Institute of Technology, which we will apply and evaluate ourselves as HIT consultants on whether it's working or it's not working. So just to add on to what Andrew indicated there, in terms of the type of person that we want to see in industry and creating a model that is an institutional model designed by the HIT strategy and innovation consultants, and then showcasing it out there to say, this is who we are, this is what we do, here are the stories that we can share from our alumni and the current students, and then we create space for industry and HIT interactions, which are transformational.
Thank you, Doc. Yes, Miss.
I'm sorry, you know what? I don't know what is going on with the internet today, but I was asking, I really need guidance because I'm saying I see like we have a strong emphasis on the positives, but we are very much aware that by being approached to do consultants, there are challenges in there. So can somebody use a story or a demonstration to show me how we move from the positives of this organization and this client now to slide into resolving those issues which are troubling the organization? That's where I really need assistance. I'm seeing we are facing that direction, and what we want to resolve is in that other direction. So what do we do to turn around, take these strengths of this organization and now use them to resolve the issues? Because we know normally strengths, if I'm taking, for example, an institution, they can have strengths in research, weaknesses in teaching and learning, and maybe strengths in community engagement. So show me practically how I can then take this positive research aspect and push it to solve the teaching and learning issue, which is the.
Thank you, Doc. Dr. Justin, if I can ask you just to respond to that.
You
are muted, Doc.
Yes,
you are
thank
muted.
You. Number one is, why do we need a strength-focused perspective to supporting organizations? We want to amplify and elevate people's capabilities and awaken people's natural capabilities to face the issues that are at hand. And we want to move people's mindsets from a deficit orientation to an abundance mindset, to say, even though things are not working in teaching and learning, you know what, we're an amazing institution in research. And when people have that mindset, their energies will facilitate the creativity and innovation that is needed for enhanced teaching and learning based on the research activities. And they will co-create a model that is research informed, but that is supporting teaching and learning. But if we say we have a problem in teaching and learning, ignore research, let's focus on this teaching and learning. This is where in most organizations we will say, let's bring a training intervention. And eventually people get trained, but we don't get the results. And we bring trainers and workshops, but no results are coming because people's energies have not been harnessed and we have not awakened their capabilities to say, we are good enough, we can find our own solutions, and we can do this. And the Nike Global says, just do it. And we then get to that point where we say, we are good in research and we have been recognized as the best institution in research, but we need to work on our teaching and learning. If these researchers come together from a position where, you know, we are the best universities in the world around research, but we are lagging behind on teaching and learning, they will be creative in terms of finding ways to do. Because we are now want to channeling their research capabilities towards enhancing the research element. And this is where we then go into the dreaming stage together from a positive perspective. We are no longer seeing this as a challenge, but as a possibility, and we can do it, let's do it, and let's do it together. And we create a guiding coalition around that.
Thank you, Doc. And just to add on to what Doc has said, it is about shifting the mindset before we are able to find solutions. You find that in most organizations, the focus is on that which is not going on well, to the point that people don't channel their energies, even though they've got positive solutions, they don't channel them there. All they are saying is, most likely, like in your case, Doc, it is the teaching, but maybe the solution is from the research. So we're saying, let's shift the mindset. Let the mindset be positive by looking at that way which we are doing well, so that we are better able to come up with solutions for the weaker area. So at the end of the day, that positivity will help us resolve the other bits, which is not okay. I don't know, Doc, whether you answered.
I just wanted to add on one.
Thank you so much. If I can summarize, I think it excites the people to have the energy, to have a positive attitude that they can achieve, basing on what they have already done well.
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. I think that is what is very, very important. Mr. Patrick, you had something to say.
Just a small point. Problem-based thinking actually constricts our mental capabilities by the parameters of the problem itself, and thus limits our becoming unlimited potential of creativity and innovation. So when we're problems focused, we put ourselves in a box. And that's just to add on to what other people have stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you so much. So yeah, that was all about our AI model. Let me quickly go through the shared disruptive model, which we can also leverage on in terms of our consulting practices. The share model is just an acronym for what I have put on the slide there: systems thinking, humanistic perspective, architect of engagement, realism, evaluation and evidence informed practice. And this I have adapted from that research paper, which articulates that that model. Let me just quickly go through the different facets of the disruptive model. The systems thinking is the first aspect which we might need to continue to consider. So in systems thinking, we are saying, as we have already seen before, that we want to design interventions with the possibilities of impacting the whole, the part in the greater whole. So everyone is brought into the picture. And we find that leadership practices are very key in achieving that. And the leadership that we want is leadership which is but those attributes there: honesty, trust, and transparency. And once we have that kind of leadership, it is able to drive the whole system thinking. And there are those 4 engagement principles that are also important under the systems thinking: widening the cycle of involvement, creating communities of action, promoting fairness, and connecting people to each other. So those engagement principles are very, very important in systems thinking. Then the next part of that is the human element. And I have indicated there the issue of elevating humanity. As OD practitioners in these disruptive times, we need to continue modeling humanity and designing interventions that will elevate the ability to connect with one another. So when we elevate humanity, we are pairing it with other principles of disruptive practice or deep practice, which will result in an organization that will grow in a big way. So we are saying the whole issue here in this part of the share model is the issue of elevating humanity. In whatever we do in OD consulting as OD practitioners, I think it is best for us to be asking ourselves what we have done for humanity. What is it that, yes, we might need to be consulting for a fee, but what should be at the core of what we do is making sure that at least we have done something to humanity. We have elevated humanity in a certain way. Even though we have done it for a little fee, or at times it might be for no fee, but that desire to see humanity being elevated from one point to the other is what is very, very important. So in our consulting, it is very, very important for us to be thinking about what it is that we are doing for the human element that is in the matrix of our consulting. Then the next aspect is the architecture of engagement. You find that in this area, we're talking of agility in OD, which is really about constantly sense making what is needed and being able to adapt to what is emerging. So this element is saying to us, we don't need to be static. We know that we are living in an environment which is not static, which is changing all the time. So we need to be agile along the way. We need to be changing with the changing times, or we also need to be agile in the methodologies that we use, the technologies that we use. We have got different generations of OD methodologies, like the action research, the learning organizations, the dialogue OD. So being agile means adapting the one that can fit at a particular time. If it is dialogue, we adapt that. We look at the situation and we say, what is the best line of engagement that we can use? Then we are not static, but we find ourselves using that which is best for that particular situation to solve, to come up with a solution, and also to co-create the desired future. Realism is also another aspect that is part of the share model, which is very, very important. As OD practitioners, we want to really understand or want to be real in what we do, to understand the reality. So rather than addressing issues in abstract terms, we need to be real so that we are able to identify the real problem and the real solutions as we try to assist our client systems. So key to this is the effective engagement with the systems through the conversations that we go through and immersing ourselves in system dynamics. It will then help us to be real and also to act in a way that accepts that things could be the way they are. Then lastly, we have the evaluation and the evidence practice that we need to be taking care of. We need to demonstrate organizational impacts so as to fully practice what we preach and to gain the trust of those that we serve. So in order for us to be able to do that, we need to be evidence informed. We need to use evidence-informed practices and evaluate our impact. So where do we get the impact? Where do we get the evidence? It is from our consulting processes. We document whatever we are going through. We now have evidence as to where we are working with a client and assisting them to get to a particular point. So maybe if we may just reflect here, what is the importance of evidence in OJ consulting, and how can we obtain this? What is the importance of evidence, and how can we obtain this evidence, which we can then use for evaluation as our last element in our share module?
Yes.
Anyone would like to try?
Dr. Makubu is there. I have also
Thank you
asked
so much.
Tatenda to unmute. Yes, Dr. Makubu.
Okay, so evidence-based informed practice is for whatever we do. You know, I can use other names, like some can say, we want to start by doing a situational analysis, but it's a research. Some will say, we want to do a needs analysis. These are researches where people want to get what is on the ground so that you don't channel resources where they are not needed. If you do things which are not evidence informed, all the time you are guessing, using perceptions, misconceptions to try and resolve non-existent issues. At the end of the day, what have you done? So you need to get onto the ground, check through looking to people, observation, like what Dr. Justin told us earlier on in the earlier session. And then from there, you have the real situation on the ground, and it even gives you a better approach and perception on the aspects to be dealt with. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Yeah, that's true. Thank you for the contribution. Anyone who wants to contribute on that one?
Okay, let me also
Yes,
come in. All right, thank
Yes.
you. I think from what I've learned, maybe in my first year at HIT, there's a module that we're doing that was saying knowledge is a prerequisite for technological innovation. I think evidence forms part of knowledge, which we can then use to come up with informed decisions, to come up with informed practices. That's what I think.
Thank you, True Tatenda. Thank you very much for that contribution. So you find that if we also apply this share model, it will help us to really come up with the best practices in terms of consulting when we are engaging our client systems. So it's one of the models that I've seen to be working very well. So at that note, I would like to thank you very much, colleagues, for being with me in this journey. And I hope it has assisted you in one way or another. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Mr. Josh.
Yes, I think we lost Josh at the moment. Thank you so much, Mr. Paul, for the insights. And like I indicated when we started, this is the beginning of a long journey that we anticipate with every one of you through the Harare Institute of Technology. Our model of engagement does not believe in just making presentations, and we forget about Harare Institute of Technology and the Strategy and Innovation group. We really want to co-create something that will help the faculty, the alumni, the current students, and the future students. And all this should be led by the students within Harare Institute of Technology. We will only come in as facilitators and share, like we have done today, some of the tools and concepts that you can explore, but the onus is on you as a passionate Harare Institute of Technology students or alumni to say we need to build this faculty of strategy and innovation, and we need to demonstrate real impact through our consulting engagements. The key question that you might be having is, where do we start? And how do we start our consulting engagements? And in most cases, with the cohort that we are working with, we start from a pro bono perspective, and we avail ourselves for services that needs to be executed. I spoke about Diketso, and Botle is here, Diketso in Botswana, approaching SMEs to say, I am a consultant supporting SMEs, and this is the work that I do. If you are okay with me partnering with you for co-creation, I would need to help and support. Most SMEs don't understand or appreciate consulting. And whenever they are engaged for consulting services, they are charged so highly that they don't want to see consultants. But as we position ourselves and work with Harare Institute of Technology as strategy and innovation students, we need to avail ourselves to organizations and partner with them for co-creation. We need to reach out to organizations with our models of engagement. I am based in Abu Dhabi. I always send letters to organizations in Zimbabwe. My wife does the delivery to say, we are the Center for Organization Leadership and Development. These are the services that we offer. We would want to have a conversation with you on how we can support and work with you in co-creating sustainable interventions. And Mr. Paul did that as well with one client that they are starting to work with. And the client opened up and they have to start the engagements and creating what needs to be done with regards to this particular engagement. So our next step, we have a session tomorrow, and it will be led by the three ladies that we have as part of our team. And we need to have more conversations around how we can move forward in our individual career pursuits and also as a collective under the Harare Institute of Technology, Faculty of Strategy and Innovation. And Mr. Josh, I think, will be championing that process through Dr. Moore in terms of coming together and starting the co-creation of what is required with the alumni and the current students. And like I indicated when we started, Mr. Paul is going to arrange a meeting in person to have a conversation around what can we do more in terms of developing our consulting engagements and bringing together your team under Harare Institute of Technology for the work that needs to be done. So we'll continue our conversations tomorrow with the three presentations from Maureen Omeibe in Nigeria, Bontle Marumoloa in Botswana, and Yvonne Kanjanda in Zimbabwe. And do bring as much questions as possible, and let's make this a transformational interaction where each one of us comes with a story to say, as a result of these engagements, this is what I started to do, and this is where I'm going from now. And I will ask Mr. Paul, who is in Zimbabwe, to put his contact number there in the chat box for those who want to have conversations and start the interactions. But everything that we are going to be doing will be channeled through the faculty so that we maintain this relationship as a transformational relationship. I will take feedback on today's session and then close. I was supposed to make an ISODC presentation. I will do that tomorrow morning in terms of the membership groups that you can also join and participate and show your success stories in consulting. I'll take comments from the students and the guests, then Dr. Moore will do the closing at the end. Can we have inputs, feedback about today's session, key insights, or anything that you want to say? If you can show us your face as well, it will be good as we close this session. Anyone can unmute themselves, and then we close.
For me, it's just appreciating everybody for what has happened, because I've learned a lot. Patrick, I want to give you a name, Patrick Munwedu, which is a very good one. We are family. I always tell you, we are always together. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for being part of the family, and we have benefited a lot from you. Dr. Justin, Mr. Paul, Dr. Moore, Woshe, everybody, including even the alumni and students, you know, they were so courageous also to bring about their thoughts and perspectives, which is what it should be like. We should almost be at the same level, just trying to make sure we reach the common goal. I'm very grateful. Thank you. I've learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tatenda wanted to say something.
Oh yes, thank you so much, Doc. Thank you to Doc Moore for organizing this this seminar. It was quite insightful. I think the greatest takeaway in this in today's discussions was around the issue of co-creation. The view that consultancy is about someone coming to tell us as a mini God, to tell organizations what to do, has been strongly critiqued in these discussions, and we have seen that we will be able to derive a value if we focus on co-creating and helping organizations by leading from behind, in order for them to tap into their abilities, because the solutions are within themselves. So it was really quite insightful. I've really enjoyed the presentations and also the comments which were coming from the audience. Dr. Makuku, I've enjoyed a lot of things from what she has said. Dr. Justin, it was quite insightful. We hope to have a better session, or a session that will be equal to this one tomorrow. So those are my remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anyone else before Dr. Moore?
Just a moment. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to hear what's on the mind of the students. Where are they at? What their needs are? What would help them on their journey as they're starting out? And some practical things like, here's what I'm thinking about. How do I do this? What are the hurdles I see? Is it in my head or are they real? Or what tools, where do I get, whatever. I'd just like to hear from the students about their needs, their desires, or what's on their mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Kosekona, your hand is up.
Thanks, Doc. Maybe just 3 comments. The first one is to really appreciate the level of research and the depth of knowledge that was shared today. It was really eye-opening. Thank you so much. The second is that I could have missed during the presentation to say, are these presentations going to be availed in any format to the participants? Because I think some of the issues that were raised are so pertinent that we might want to keep referring back to them. My last comment is spread to our doc, Dr. Moore, to say we would want to really see this progressing maybe beyond the presentation. You look at courses that we have done, like operations research and other courses, the potential that they have just in terms of transforming our industry and also changing the way that things are being done. There is a lot. So I hope that from here, maybe we can also have a situation where we can arrange, say, so and so can do consultants in this area. And then if there is work that needs to be done either in Zimbabwe or wherever, we can coordinate and say, someone has these special skills, so that we move from these brilliant presenters we have had to really implementing what we have had presented today. Otherwise, I can say that it's one of the best sessions that I've attended, and I really enjoyed the sessions, and I learned a lot today. I want to thank you for the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One more last person from HIT students. One last person. See Tendai, Penlop, Ngubani, Kudzai. One last person.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the session. Unfortunately, I joined late, but I've learned a lot, and I feel like this should be done maybe every semester or after every 4 months, so that at least we remain sharpened in our minds in terms of how we would approach the industry soon after graduating, or even during our tenure as students. But I think it's a very good initiative which needs to be promoted, maybe roping in even the private sector, so that they come and hear what we are discussing and understand what we are trying to do, so that we push toward the same goal of trying to improve our economy through knowledge and value creation is in the practical sense of the industry and the practical sense of the academia, bonding them together for a shared vision, which is going to help us as a nation. I look forward to tomorrow's session, and I hope we are going to learn a lot tomorrow. Of course, I've got some questions, but I will not load you with these questions today. I'll give you the questions tomorrow morning so that we get prepared for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I confirm tonight, soon after this session, I will send you the 2 presentations that we have done today, and then the other 3 presentations will be shared tomorrow after this session. And the continuous engagement, we leave it to you as the students and the alumni to start the process of appreciative inquiry, discovery. What do we need? How can we come together? How can we create a database of our consulting fields under HIT? And how can we leverage on the university, and then start positioning ourselves to engage? And Mr. Paul and his team are ready in Zimbabwe for any meetings that you would want to have with him there. Thank you so much, everyone, for the participation. From my end, I appreciate, and we look forward to an insightful session tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central African time. I'll hand over to Dr. Moore for the closing remarks of this session. Bontle, sorry, anything you want to say before Dr. Moore? You're muted.
I think I was responding to you saying tomorrow is 10 a.m.
Yes, 10 a.m.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So it's 8 a.m.
8 a.m. in Ghana.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many hours?
it's 5 hours as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Dr. Moore, I was also asking for your intellectual property and the research policy, if you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Makuku. I will veil the IP policy to you. I'll send you, I think I have your email somewhere. Yeah, we always communicate through the quality assurance thing. I'll check it for you. Thank you, everyone else, especially to Paul and Justin for your great presentations. They are really life transforming. We learned a lot, especially on this consulting business. It has shaped the way we think, redefined what consultants is from our traditional view of coming in, providing solutions, to the organizational development perspective, especially from moving from the idea of exploratory conversations, the balancing exploration versus exploiting what is available. You know, these are very key concepts when you look into innovation management, trying to bring in new ideas. Because if you do not do your exploratory conversations very well, you might miss on where the organization is, which then impacts later work when it comes to innovation, for example, because you might find that some organizations, they are more on the exploiting side of things than the explorative side of things, which is then key when it comes to disruptive innovations. Then, so you need really to do a lot of groundwork, especially on the exploratory conversations, which I found to be very useful and key. The whole idea of co-creation, co-sensing, I think there were a lot of takeaways from this seminar. Positive thinking, positive mindset, which then will enable you to go together with your client into the dreamland, which is, you are not co-creating, you are moving together, you're on the same page, which are very key points when it comes to organizational development. Thank you so much once again, Justin and Paul, for such great presentations. We look to even more insightful presentations tomorrow. I urge everyone who is here today to join us again tomorrow, and also invite colleagues who might have failed to join today for one or whatever reason. As a HIT, we are very committed. We will try to keep these conversations ongoing because we really need this. You know, our students, we are aware we have this seminar where you try to come up with solutions for industry. It's in the same context of consultancy. And I'm sure you've picked a lot of ideas today on how you can take or move forward with that seminar project, how you can engage your clients and how you can build the solution together. So everything that you are doing, do not do it on your own in your offices or wherever you are, but engage your clients, make sure you are moving together so that the solution should not be a surprise to your client. So thank you so much. I expect to see you again tomorrow, and let's join 10 o'clock and let's have our active engagements up. We expect to learn more, and we believe this is going to transform the way we do things. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your evening. I believe it's evening to most of us, wherever we are. Let's meet again tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Mo. It has been exciting. Dr. Justin.
Thank you.
I know you are very good at partnerships. That's what you need to teach me to.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
He's good at partnerships. He's going to be my mentor in that area too. Bye-bye, everyone. See you.
You have a lot of work to do.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers.